presiding over this hearing. With me this morning is Chair Charlotte Mitchell, as well as Commissioners Kimberly W. Duffley, Jeffrey A. Hughes, Floyd B. McKissick Jr., William B. Brawley, and Tommy Tucker. I now call for hearing in docket number E-100 sub 190, which is the Biennial Consolidated Carbon Plan and Integrated Resource Plans of Duke Energy Carolinas LLC and Duke Energy Progress LLC, pursuant to North Carolina General Statutes sections 62-110.9 and 62-110.1C. Pursuant to the State Ethics Act, I remind all members of the Commission of their duty to avoid conflicts of interest and inquire if any commissioner has any known conflict of interest with regard to the matter coming before the Commission. Let the record reflect that no such conflict has been identified. North Carolina General Statute section 62-110.9, that I will refer to going forward as the Carbon Plan Statute, directs the Commission to take all reasonable steps to achieve a 70% reduction in carbon dioxide emitted in the state by electric generating facilities owned or operated by Duke Energy Carolinas LLC, or DEC, and Duke Energy Progress LLC, which is DEP, that I'll refer to collectively with DEC as Duke, from 2005 levels by the year 2030 and carbon neutrality by the year 2050, subject to the Commission's discretion to determine optimal timing and generation and resource mix to achieve the least cost path to compliance with the authorized carbon dioxide reduction goals, and while at a minimum, maintaining reliability. In accordance with the Carbon Plan Statute, the Commission issued an order adopting initial carbon plan and providing direction for future planning on December 30, 2022, and docket number E-100 sub 179, which I will refer to as the initial carbon plan. The Carbon Plan Statute directs the Commission to review the plan every 2 years after the adoption of the initial carbon plan. The initial carbon plan provided for the consolidation of the carbon plan and integrated resource plan, IRP, processes that, as consolidated, are referred to as the CPIRP, and required Duke to file its first proposed biennial CPIRP by no later than September 1, 2023. On March 15, 2023, the Commission opened this docket for the purpose of hearing the 2023 CPIRP proceeding. The public staff, which represents the using and consuming public, is a party to this proceeding pursuant to North Carolina General Statute section 62-15D. The Attorney General's Office, which also represents the using and consuming public, is a party to this proceeding pursuant to North Carolina General Statute section 62-20. Many parties have petitioned to and been allowed to intervene in this proceeding. The orders allowing intervention can be found in docket number E-100 sub 190. On August 17, 2023, Duke filed a verified petition seeking the Commission's approval of its proposed 2023 CPIRP, which was subsequently amended on January 31, 2024, and again on April 30, 2024. On September 1, 2023, Duke pre-filed direct testimony and exhibits of witnesses in support of its verified petition and proposed 2023 CPIRP. Supplemental direct testimony was filed by Duke multiple times, the last of which was on April 30, 2024. On October 12, 2023, the Commission held a technical conference for the purpose of receiving an oral presentation on Duke's proposed 2023 CPIRP. On January 17, 2024, the Commission issued an order scheduling 5 public hearings across the state, including a remote option, a technical conference on intervener testimony, and an expert witness hearing scheduled to begin on July 22, 2024, for the purpose of receiving expert witness testimony on Duke's proposed 2023 CPIRP. On May 28, 2024, the public staff and other interveners pre-filed direct testimony. On June 17, 2024, the Commission held its technical conference on intervener testimony. On July 1, 2024, Duke pre-filed rebuttal testimony. On July 17, 2024, Duke, the Public Staff, and Walmart, Inc., or Walmart, filed an agreement and stipulation of settlement, which represents a comprehensive agreement resolving the differences in those parties' initial conclusions and recommendations in this proceeding, with the exception of some limited unresolved issues. The resolved issues presented in the stipulation reflect the reasonable steps that the stipulating parties recommend are required to execute and update the Commission's initial carbon plan. On July 18, 2024, in response to the stipulation, the Commission delayed the start of the expert witness hearing until today to afford non-stipulating parties to this proceeding additional time to review the stipulation and supporting testimony. Also on July 18, 2024, in support of the stipulation, Duke filed the joint settlement testimony of witnesses Bowman and Snyder, and the public staff filed the joint testimony of witnesses Thomas and Metz. On July 22, 2024, Duke, the public staff, Walmart, and the Carolinas Clean Energy Business Association, or CCBA, filed an amended agreement and stipulation of settlement, which is referred to as the amended stipulation, which supersedes and in part modifies the initial stipulation. So that brings us to today. I now call upon the parties to announce their appearances, beginning with the applicant, and after Duke has made their appearances, we'll receive appearances from the interveners, beginning with the public staff. And also, as you provide your appearances, please be sure to come forward and speak into a microphone. So we'll begin with Duke.
Good morning. Thank you, Presiding Commissioner Kemmerite, Chair Mitchell, and Commissioners. My name is Jack Jirac. I'm appearing on behalf of Duke Energy Carolinas, Duke Energy Progress. I'm joined this morning by my co-counsel Hayes Finley and Brett Breichworth with the law firm of McGuire Woods, and we'll have some other attorneys representing Duke Energy later in the hearing, and they'll introduce themselves at that time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you and good morning.
Good morning, Nadia Lohr with the public staff, appearing on behalf of the Pennsylvania public. And appearing with me are Zeke Creech, Ann Keyworth, Tom Felling, and Will Freeman.
Good morning.
Good morning. Tyrrell Moore with the North Carolina Attorney General's Office on behalf of the using and consuming public.
I'm joined by Derek Mertz.
Good morning.
Morning, Commission. My name is Matthew Quinn. I'm a lawyer at Lewis & Roberts here in Raleigh. I'm appearing on behalf of several interveners, NC Warren, the Environmental Working Group, Charlotte Mecklenburg NAACP, Down East Coal Ash Environmental and Social Justice Coalition, and Seeds of Hope. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Marcus Trathan with the law firm of Brooks, Pierce, Blended, Humphrey, and Leonard here in Raleigh, appearing on behalf of CUCA, as well as Google LLC. With me is my colleague from Brooks, Pierce, Matt Pinan.
Good morning.
Good morning. Christina Kress with the law firm of Bailey and Dixon, appearing on behalf of Sigur 2 and 3.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning. Carrie Grunman with the law firm of Spillman, Thomas, and Battle, appearing this morning on behalf of Walmart, Inc.
Good morning.
Morning, Commissioners. David Neal at Southern Environmental Law Center, appearing on behalf of Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, Natural Resources Defense Council, and the Sierra Club, SACE et al. With me today is my colleague, Nick Jimenez.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning, Justin Smolowski on behalf of NCSEA, the North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association. I'm joined by my colleague Ethan Blumenthal.
Good morning.
Morning, Commissioners. My name is Andrea Bonvecchio. I'm with the law offices of Brian Bryce, and I'm here on behalf of Appalachian Voices.
Good morning.
Morning, Chair, Commissioners. Grant Snyder, the law firm of Keys and Fox, on behalf of the Clean Energy Buyers Association.
Good morning.
Morning, Commission. Ben Smith, the law firm of Kilpatrick, Townsend, and Stockton. I'm here on behalf of the Environmental Defense Fund and Avangrid Renewables LLC.
Good morning.
Morning, Commissioners. Robert Josie, along with Weston Adams We're with the law firm Nelson Mullins, representing Total Energies Carolina Long Bay and Total Energies Renewables USA. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Tim Dodge, appearing on behalf of North Carolina's electric cooperatives.
Good morning.
Morning, Commissioners. John Burns, General Counsel of CCEBA. Also appearing with me on behalf of CCEBA are Ben Snowden and Corden Smart of the law firm of Fox Rothschild.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Ann Harvey from the Southern Coalition for Social Justice. With me is James Huey, appearing on behalf of the North Carolina Environmental Justice Network and EJ Can.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Dan Simon from the law firm Nelson Mullins, here on behalf of Tract Capital Management.
Good morning. So it looks like we've received all of the appearances. And before we begin, I would like to say a few words regarding the process for this proceeding. It is the Commission's intent to conduct the hearing in an efficient manner. And toward that end, I remind the parties that witness testimony summaries are to be filed with the Commission in docket number E-100 sub 190A at least 2 business days before the witness appears to testify. The witnesses should not read summaries of their testimony during the hearing. Also, consistent with the Commission's February 21, 2024 order establishing additional procedures for expert witness hearing, the Commission expects the parties to adhere to their estimated times for cross-examination to the greatest extent possible. Also, pursuant to the order, please recall that proposed orders and post-hearing briefs must be filed with the Commission no later than 15 business days after the conclusion of the expert witness hearing. Moreover, parties should monitor cross-examination questions carefully and avoid asking repetitive questions of witnesses. In regard to the exhibits, when making motions to enter cross-examination and redirect exhibits into the record, please identify the exhibit by its potential exhibit number first. This allows the parties and the Commission to access the electronic copy of the exhibit. At that time, I will identify the exhibit for identification purposes, and the parties may make motions to have the exhibits entered into the record at the conclusion of the witness's testimony. Each party is responsible for presenting its notebook of potential hearing exhibits to the testifying witness for reference. After the Commissioners have asked questions of the witnesses, the attorneys will have an opportunity to ask questions specifically related and limited to the Commissioners' questions. Any attorney that wishes to ask questions on Commissioners' questions will be required to first identify the Commissioner that asked the question, and then restate the Commissioner's question before asking his or her question. The capacity of this hearing room is 96 people. If we observe that we are at capacity, non-essential attendees will be asked to exit and observe the hearing via the Commission's YouTube channel, which can be accessed from the Commission's webpage at www.ncuc.gov. We encourage viewers to watch remotely to the greatest extent possible. And it is imperative that this hearing proceed efficiently. Parties and witnesses should be ready to proceed when called. Questions and answers should be succinct and not repetitive, and exhibits should be organized and at hand. It is important that all parties and attorneys proceed in an organized and prepared manner. And I'd like to also say a few words about the schedule. At this point, with the exception of Mondays, when we may have staff conferences, we plan to start the hearing at 9:30 a.m. and conclude for the day at 5:00 p.m. We plan to take an hour lunch each day, unless there is some reason to take a shorter or longer lunch break, and we generally plan to begin the lunch break around 12:30 p.m. Since we have discussed the procedural matters, I want to, before we get started, to see if there are any preliminary matters that need to be addressed at this time.
Yes, Ron.
Okay, Ms. Gredman?
Thank you. It's my understanding in communicating with Commission staff and all the parties that no one has any questions for Walmart witness Perry. And I would ask that she be excused from the hearing.
Commissioner Kimmerite, recognizing your recent instruction that the summaries be filed 2 business days in advance. I was not aware 2 business days in advance of the waiver of her testimony and would plan to file that summary of her testimony today in the E-100 sub 190A docket with your permission.
Yes, and would you like to make a motion about entering the testimony and the summary into the record?
Yes, I would. I would specifically request that Ms. Perry's direct testimony, along with the summary of her testimony, be admitted to the record as if she testified orally from the stand.
Okay.
Thank
So
you.
your motion is granted. Seeing no objection to your motion is granted, and Walmart witness Perry will be excused. And her direct testimony, consisting of 25 pages that includes 1 appendix and 3 exhibits, will be entered into the record along with the summary at the appropriate time.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. John Burns for CCEVA. It's come to our attention that there are no cross-examination questions and likely no commissioner questions for CCEVA witnesses Newell and Miller. So at this time, I would move that their testimony be accepted as if delivered orally from the stand along with all exhibits. We will be presenting our 3rd witness orally on, I believe, Monday is when we have it timed out. So, but I would move the testimony of Miller and Newell into evidence and ask that they be excused.
Okay. Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed. Witnesses Miller and Newell are excused from the proceeding, and their direct testimony, witness Miller's direct testimony consisting of 13 pages and 2 exhibits, and Newell's direct testimony consisting of 24 pages and 1 exhibit along with their summaries will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand at the appropriate time.
Thank you. And we will file summaries of all 3 witnesses by tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Are there any additional preliminary matters that we need to address? Mr. Drack?
Thank you. Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite, first we want to just acknowledge and thank all of the parties in the proceeding for the collaborative, constructive work that went into developing the witness lists and the cross-estimate times. In this case, obviously, we will continue to keep those updated as best we can for the benefit of the commission as we move forward through the hearing. One very recent development related to the witness appearance list that we have not had a chance to share with parties is that one of our witnesses on the dispatchable generation and fuel supply panel is sick. And I think in the interests of the folks in this room and the health of all of us, we're going to develop a plan to move that panel likely to be presented as part of the rebuttal testimony. We will discuss that with all parties via email today or this evening, but just wanted to put the commission on notice of our intent to move the dispatch and put all parties on notice of our intent to move the dispatchable generation panel on direct, likely to be presented as part of the rebuttal case.
Okay. So, Mr. Drack, you'll be making a motion at a later time after you've had an opportunity to discuss this matter with the parties.
Correct. That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any additional preliminary matters?
Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite, that is all of the procedural matters related to the witness list. We do have some additional preliminary matters related to the company, moving the company's application and other documents into the record. If this is the appropriate time to do that, I'm glad to do that now or can wait to a later point in this process.
Please go ahead with those motions.
Okay. Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite, this time we would ask that the company's verified petition for approval of the 2023-2024 CPIRP filed on August 17th, 2023 be entered into the record and copied into the record at the appropriate time. We also ask that the company's CPIRP consisting of the executive summary, 4 chapters, North Carolina chapter, South Carolina chapter, appendices A through N, and attachments 1 through 3 also filed on August 17th, 2023, be entered in the record at the appropriate time.
Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed.
Thank you. Next, we would ask that the company's verified amended petition for approval of the 2023 and 2024 CPIRP, also filed on January 31st, 2024, be entered into the record at the appropriate time, along with the company's supplemental planning analysis filed on that same date, which includes a technical appendix and a South Carolina chapter supplement and a North Carolina chapter supplement.
Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed.
Thank you. Next, we would ask that the company's verified second amended petition for approval of the 2023-2024 CPIRP that was filed on April 30th, 2024, be entered into the record at the appropriate time.
Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed.
Thank you. And the last item, Commissioner Kimmerite, would be that the companies would ask that the agreement and stipulation of settlement filed on July 17th, 2024 be entered in the record at the appropriate time, as well as the amended agreement and stipulation of settlement filed on July 22nd. We would ask that both of those documents be entered into the record at the appropriate time.
Okay. Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed.
Thank you. That's all the preliminary matters that we have.
Okay. Any additional preliminary matters for the party before we get started? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Drack, if you would like to call your first witness.
Thank you very much. At this time, Duke Energy calls Ms. Kendall Bowman to the stand.
Please place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. And do you swear that the testimony that you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bowman, would you please state your full name and business address for the record?
Kendall Bowman, 410 Fayetteville Street, Raleigh, North Carolina, 27602.
Thank you. And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Duke Energy, and I am the North Carolina State President.
Thank you. And did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket on September 1st, 2023, direct testimony consisting of 34 pages and 2 exhibits?
I did.
And did you also cause to be pre-filed in this docket on January 31st, 2024, 8 pages of supplemental direct testimony consisting of 8 pages and 2 exhibits?
I did.
And do you have any changes that you need to make to your direct or supplemental direct testimony and exhibits at this time?
I do not.
If I were to ask you the same questions today that appear in your pre-filed direct and supplemental testimonies, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And are your direct and supplemental direct testimonies and exhibits do not include any confidential information, correct?
They do not.
And did you also cause to be pre-filed in this docket a summary of your direct and supplemental testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite, this time I would ask that Ms. Bowman's direct and supplemental testimonies be entered in the record as if given orally from the stand, as well as her direct and supplemental testimony summaries.
Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed.
And I would also ask that Ms. Bowman's 2 direct and 2 supplemental direct exhibits be jointly marked for identification to be entered into the record.
Seeing no objection, the exhibits will be identified as marked.
Thank you very much. Ms. Bowman is now available for questions from the parties and the commission on her direct and supplemental testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Durack. I believe we're going to begin with the Attorney General's office.
Yes. Good morning, Ms. Bowman.
Good morning.
Chair Moore at the Attorney General's office. I thought it'd be good for us to just sort of set the scene for this whole proceeding. You sponsored the Chapter NC as well as the Chapter NC supplement portions of the plan, correct?
Correct.
And those discuss the sort of legal underpinning of this whole proceeding.
That is correct.
And on page 2 of Chapter NC supplement, the company state, Duke Energy supports Energy Transition Pathway 3 as the most reasonable least cost and least risk plan to achieve the interim target by 2035. Is that correct? And I could give you a minute.
Subject to check. That's correct.
I'd like to turn to what's been marked as AGO Potential Cross Exhibit 2.
I have it.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
This is the carbon reduction portion of what's been called House Bill 951, but now it's codified as NC GenSat 62110.9. Is that right?
That's correct.
And would you agree that the year 2035 is not mentioned anywhere in this document?
I would agree.
And would you agree that it's sort of a mathematical certainty that between now and achieving carbon neutrality, we have to achieve 70% carbon reductions at some point in the future?
At some point in the future, 70% will be achieved and carbon reductions will be achieved as well.
And yet the General Assembly chose to include that interim target in the statute, didn't it?
They did, but they also have some exceptions and waivers to that interim target.
I believe you're referring to Section 4
on the second page of this document. Is that right?
That is correct.
And that's the provision that the companies are relying on when they advocate that the commission delay the interim target until 2035. Is that right?
Our understanding of House Bill 951 allows the commission to have discretion for certain reason to extend the interim target.
And one of those reasons, you'll turn to that section 4, is in the event the commission authorizes construction of a nuclear facility or wind energy facility that would require additional time for completion due to technical, legal, logistical, or other factors beyond the control of the electric public utility. Is that right?
That's correct, but it goes on to say, or in the event necessary to maintain the adequacy and reliability of the existing grid. And we believe our preferred portfolio that we have put forward is reasonable and complies with the requirements of House Bill 951.
So does the company believe that inclusion under what we just read, that the inclusion of a nuclear or wind energy facility at any point between now and 2050 would justify a delay of the interim target?
I don't know that you have to rely necessarily on nuclear or wind. We believe that in totality, under 951, it's the commission has the discretion to extend that deadline.
You were employed by Duke Energy prior to the passage of HB 951, correct?
Correct.
And you've been involved in these planning processes prior to the passage of House Bill 951?
Are you referring to integrated resource plans?
Correct.
Yes.
Would you agree that least cost has always been a part of resource planning?
It is my understanding that it has been a fundamental underpinning of the integrated resource plans that utilities put forward with this commission.
And so House Bill 951 did something different, right? It added more than just least cost.
House Bill 951 set a target for the state of North Carolina to achieve carbon reduction goals, and it included the existing least cost planning statute that existed. And so we are to plan our system looking at reliability, least cost, and achieving clean energy.
I'd like to turn to what's been marked as AGO Potential Cross Exhibit 1.
I don't know if I have that one. Is that the 10Q?
10K? Yes.
10K.
Yes. Are you familiar with this document?
Generally, yes.
As the president of Duke Energy's North Carolina operations, have you reviewed this document before?
I have reviewed.
Presiding Commissioner, I would ask that this be marked as AGO Bowman Cross Exhibit 1.
So I will mark it for identification purposes as AGO Cross Bowman Direct Exhibit 1. And Ms. Bowman, do you have a copy?
No, I would like a copy,
Okay.
please. Thank you.
You have it now. And this is a document that Duke Energy is required to file with the Securities and Exchange Commission, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware that if Duke Energy included false or misleading information in this document, it could be held liable?
Yes.
And so you would agree that if there are statements in the 10K that are materially different than what the company has filed in this proceeding, that would be cause for concern?
I believe so. I'm not an SEC attorney.
No further questions.
Thank you. Now, Sigur, you may proceed.
Thank you, Commissioner Kimmerite. Good morning, Ms. Bowman.
Good morning.
Ms. Bowman, would you agree with me that the increases in base rates for Duke Energy Carolinas and Duke Energy Progress, respectively, that were recently approved by the Commission in 2023 were not driven by capital spending related to carbon plan implementation?
Not in whole, I do not believe I would agree with that.
Do you agree that they were primarily not driven by capital spending related to carbon plan implementation?
If I recall, subject to check, and perhaps witness Bateman can provide more detail on this, I believe we did have some projects in the multi-year rate plans that were related to, I'm thinking of red zone transmission projects. We did have some projects in those recent rate cases that included work towards clean energy carbon reduction goals.
Presiding Commissioner Kimmerer, at this time, I would ask that the commission take judicial notice of the commission's order accepting stipulations, granting partial rate increase, and requiring public notice issued in docket number E2 sub 1300 on August 18th, 2023.
The commission will take judicial notice.
Thank you. As well, Presiding Commissioner Kimmerer, we'd request that the commission take judicial notice of its order accepting stipulations, granting partial rate increase, requiring public notice, and modifying Lincoln CT CPCN conditions issued in docket number E7 subs 1134 and 1276 on December 15th, 2023.
The commission will take judicial notice of the order.
Thank you. And finally, we would request the commission take judicial notice of its order adopting initial carbon plan and providing direction for future planning issued in docket number E100 sub 179 on December 30th, 2022.
Okay. The commission will take judicial notice of the order.
Thank you. Ms. Bowman, are you familiar with figure SPA 1-3, the supplemental planning analysis filed by Duke Energy in January?
Yes, I know what you're referring to.
Would you agree, subject to check, that the estimated customer bill impacts for P3 fall base are between $50 and $60 a month for DEP and DEC by 2033?
Presiding Commissioner Kimmerer, if I may,
Please go ahead.
would just ask the witness be given a moment to get to the portion of the document being referenced by counsel.
Do you have the page number that you're referring to?
Yes. It's page 11. Thank you.
Of the
Supplemental planning analysis.
Technical appendix. Okay, could you please repeat your question?
It was going to be subject to check for efficiency, but would you agree, looking at that chart in front of you, that the customer bill impacts projected for P3 fall base are between $50 and $60 a month for DEP and DEC's residential customers by 2033?
By 2033, it doesn't look like it quite reaches the $60, at least at the chart that I'm looking at.
Right, so they'd be between $50 and $60 a month by
Yes.
2033? Thank you. And then would you agree, looking at that chart in front of you, that the customer bill impacts are projected to be just under $80 a month for DEC's residential customers and just over $80 a month for DEP's residential customers by 2038?
Yes, according to this chart.
Thank you. At this time, I will ask that my paralegal provide you with an exhibit notebook. And if you could turn with me to page 3 of Exhibit 82 once it is provided to you. And Presiding Commissioner Kimmerer, at this time, I'd request that SIGFR's potential cross exhibit 82 be identified as SIGFR 2 and 3, Bowman direct and supplemental cross exhibit number 1.
So SIGFR 2 and 3's potential exhibit 82 will be marked for identification purposes as SIGFR 2 and 3 cross Bowman direct exhibit number 1.
Cross Bowman direct
Cross Bowman Direct Exhibit 1. So we're going to be identifying all exhibits by the party that is doing the cross-examination, and then cross, and then the name of the panel or the witness, and then director supplemental. So it will be Sigur 2 and 3, Cross Bowman Direct Exhibit 1.
Understood. Thank you. Ms. Bowman, if you could please turn with me to page 3 of this exhibit, and you'll see some highlighted text.
I see.
And Ms. Bowman, you were employed by the company in 2021 when Duke Energy was lobbying the legislature for enactment of House Bill 951, correct?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And in this article, Grace Roundtree, who is a spokeswoman for Duke Energy, gave a comment about House Bill 951. Is that correct?
That is correct. And I believe this was in June, late June of 2021. And this was before the final version of 951.
And you agree with me that part of Ms. Roundtree's statement indicates as follows: the performance-based rate-making measures included ensure strict oversight by regulators and help facilitate an orderly energy transition while keeping bill impacts to an estimated $3.50 more per month by 2030 for residential customers.
I see that highlighted.
And you agree that that was part of the statement provided by Ms. Roundtree on behalf of Duke Energy?
I have no reason to think otherwise.
Thank you. Ms. Bowman, would you agree, subject to check, that as of when Duke reported its findings from the Low-Income Affordability Collaborative to the Commission in August 2022, that approximately 29% of the company's residential customer accounts qualify as low income?
I am not sure I'm the expert on that.
Who would be the expert on that?
I believe the whole low income affordability collaborative is outside of the realm of this proceeding. I do know we have a certain percentage of customers that are below the poverty level in North Carolina, and hence this commission ordered us to create the whole low income affordability collaborative, of which we have a low income stakeholder group out there. And we've made tremendous progress in helping our low income and vulnerable customers. We've got lots of low income weatherization. We have the customer assistance program that this commission approved in those rate cases that help provide a bill credit to those vulnerable customers that are LIHEAP and SIP customers, but I don't have the percentages in the top of my head.
Well, then let us get those in front of you. If we could, please get Ms. Bowman Sigur's potential cross exhibit number 96. Which Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite, we will request to be marked as Sigur 2 and 3 cross Bowman Direct Exhibit 2.
I have it in front of me.
Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite, may we have a moment to locate that exhibit?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have it now.
So, Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite, if I may request that this exhibit be identified as Sigur 2 and 3 cross Bowman Direct Exhibit number 2.
Yes, the exhibit will be marked as identified.
Thank you. Ms. Bowman, if you could turn with me to page 15.
I'm there.
Would you agree now that 29% of residential customer accounts served by Duke Energy Carolinas and Duke Energy Progress qualify as low income?
I believe that is on page 10, not page 15.
If you could look at the page numbers identified in the top right header.
Okay, that's page 15.
Do you need me to repeat the question?
No, I see where it says the total low income percentage of customers is 29%, as was identified in the final report on the low income affordability collaborative.
Thank you. And you agree with me, subject to check, that LIAC's agreed upon definition of low income means a household income of 200% or less of the federal poverty guidelines?
Yes.
Okay. And currently Duke Energy has 3.7 million retail customers. Is that right?
I believe it's a little higher, but subject to check. And you're talking both Duke Energy Carolinas and Duke Energy Progress?
And I believe in your testimony in this proceeding on page 3, you indicate that Duke Energy has 3.7 million retail customers.
Yes.
So 29%, would you agree, subject to check, of 3.7 million customers is 1,073,000 customers?
Subject to check without doing the math on the stand.
And would you agree, subject to check, that also in that LIAC report in front of you, the companies reported to the commission in August 2022 that approximately 16% of its residential customers meet Duke Energy's arrears struggling definition?
Subject to check.
Has Duke Energy done any analysis to quantify the projected percentage of residential customers that will qualify as arrears struggling during each year of the 15-year planning horizon at issue in this proceeding?
So as I mentioned earlier, Duke Energy currently is participating in a low-income stakeholder group. And as this commission in our most recent rate cases is requiring us to do, we are filing reports with the commission, I believe, looking at our most vulnerable customers and how they're meeting, paying their bills on time. So this is something that we monitor with our low-income customers. So we're following, we're keeping track. I think some of the more struggling customers, the challenging customers, we're trying to keep track of that. This commission is concerned about that. That's where we're coming up with new programs like the Customer Assistance Program and the low income energy efficiency, trying to help reduce their energy burdens.
So the answer to the question then is no. Duke Energy has not done any analysis to project the percentage of residential customers that will qualify as arrears struggling during each year of the 15-year planning horizon.
Presiding Commissioner Kimright, may I?
Mr. Drack.
So we've allowed this line of questioning to continue. I feel at this point we're far afield from the core scope of this proceeding. We certainly have many other proceedings in which issues such as those that are being explored by council are considered at length, and but I would object to this continued line of questioning as being not relevant to the purpose of this proceeding.
Yeah. Ms. Kress, can you respond specifically to whether your line of questioning is relevant to this CPIRP proceeding?
Absolutely. House Bill 951 directs this commission to take only those steps that are reasonable for achievement of the carbon emissions reduction targets set forth in the statute. The issue of customer bill impacts is directly germane to reasonableness of the steps that will be taken potentially to implement the carbon plan and to achieve the interim and final goals set forth in 951. So this absolutely is relevant and needs to be discussed because it goes to that fundamental question of reasonableness.
Okay. So Mr. Drack, I'm going to overrule your objection. Ms. Kress, please proceed with your questions, but do so succinctly.
Thank you. Ms. Bowman, is the answer to my question no? Duke Energy has not done any analysis to project the percentage of residential customers that will qualify as arrears struggling during each year of the 15-year planning horizon in this proceeding?
To my knowledge, we've not completed that analysis, but I think that analysis would be extremely difficult to complete. I think there's a lot of assumptions that would need to go into that we don't have at this point in time. And as I was trying to remember in the last rate cases, pursuant to the performance incentive mechanisms and tracking metrics, we will be tracking residential customer bill ratio to the federal poverty guidelines with this commission. It will be posted to their website. So that is something that we will continue to monitor as a company. I do not believe that it's practical at this point in time to complete the analysis that you're suggesting.
In your opinion, at what point do the projected bill impacts related to carbon plan implementation become unreasonable?
So I believe in looking at House Bill 951, it provides the ability to check and adjust. So every 2 years, and it seems like we're coming in more frequently with an update to the CPIRP, we have the ability to take into account affordability and least cost at that point in time. So we'll be coming in with another carbon plan really within a little bit more than a year from now. So 951 provided that framework to check and adjust, to look at the trends, to take into account reliability and least cost and affordability parameters. So I think built into the framework, this commission has the discretion to continue to monitor that.
Is there a breaking point at which the companies would say this no longer constitutes a reasonable step?
I don't know that I have the information in front of me to make a determination on that. I believe this is a process. It's an ongoing process that we come in every 2 years. The plan that we have put forward and the recommended approach that we have, we believe is reasonable and meets least cost and is something that this commission should approve.
And given that your supplemental testimony talks extensively about economic development news in North Carolina, I want to ask you some questions about some not so good news related to our state's economy, specifically related to plant closures and companies leaving the state. Are you aware that the Canton paper mill, which operated for more than a century, closed last year and was a DEP customer?
I am aware of that.
And are you aware that just last week, the Weyerhaeuser sawmill in New Bern, which is also a DEP customer, halted its operations indefinitely?
Yes, I saw an announcement and they cited market conditions as a reason that they're going to continue to monitor, and I am hopeful that they will be able to come back.
And would you agree that market conditions includes costs and expenditures for a top 3 expense such as energy?
I believe that it can for certain industries and manufacturing, and we understand that energy is a big component. And that is one of the reasons that we strive to keep our rates below the national average. We still remain a very competitive state. We try to work with our customers. We try to work with our struggling customers. We offer various options that I believe we've discussed before, but it's unfortunate.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Tracy, I think you're up, so please proceed.
Ms. Bowman, good morning. Marcus Trathan for CUCA.
Good morning.
Just a few questions and piggybacking a bit on the theme from Ms. Press. If you could, well, for purposes of this proceeding, you are testifying as Duke's representative that's responsible for the plan in its entirety, correct?
That is correct.
And if you would just turn to your direct testimony at page 9, lines 8 through 13. And
I'm there.
okay, and you see your testimony that you are responsible for the company's plan in its entirety as presenting the most reasonable least cost path forward to achieve the state's carbon emission reduction goals while maintaining or improving reliability and prioritizing affordability for our customers. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and I just want to focus on affordability for a second. That is one of Duke's key objectives in this plan. Is that correct?
Yes, it's one of the guardrails and one of the guardrails set forth in 951.
Okay. And I see the term,
Mr. Tratham, could you speak a little bit more into the microphone? We're having some trouble hearing you.
I will try to do so. Thank you. I see the term used in your testimony and Duke's filings, but I don't see anywhere where Duke has defined the term affordability. Are you aware in any of the filings where Duke has explained what that means?
We don't really have a precise definition for affordability.
Okay, and would you agree that in the context of this proceeding, that it refers to the ability of customers to afford or pay for electric service provided by Duke?
To repeat that?
Yes. Would you agree in the context of this proceeding that the term affordability refers to the ability of customers to afford or pay for the electric service provided by Duke?
You know, I think for the purpose of this proceeding, we're looking at the various pathways to achieve the carbon reduction and looking in total at, the reliability, executability, and which one of those pathways we believe is least cost and most affordable for our customers. So that's how I think about this plan that we have in front of the commission in terms of affordability. I think affordability means something to lots of different people, but in this context, we're looking at which one of these pathways is the most affordable for the customers in North Carolina.
Okay, and what I was getting at was that word that you just used, affordable, and what Duke believes it means in the context of this proceeding. And would you agree that in the context of this proceeding, it refers to the ability of customers to afford or pay for the service that Duke is offering?
I think it means what we believe is affordable and will keep the state competitive. And I hope on the trajectory of continuing to be below the national average for electricity rates.
Okay. And I believe in response to a question from Ms. Kress, you just testified that Duke doesn't have a position as to what level is affordable.
I think, like I said, if we're below the national average, I think that puts us in a very competitive place. And I think for most customers, being able to be below the national average is a good place to be.
And you would agree that rates should be affordable for industrial customers just as much as residential customers?
It should be affordable for all of our customers.
Okay. And Duke has not presented any analysis with respect to the affordability of its plan for industrial customers in this proceeding, correct?
I would punt that to witness Bateman. She is the witness that and her team has performed the analysis on the PVRRs and the rate impacts in this plan.
Okay. Happy to do that. Is it possible that the plan that Duke is proposing is least cost but still not affordable?
I do not believe that's the case. I believe that the plan that we are putting forward is reasonable and is least cost, and will continue to have North Carolina be a competitive place to do business and work and live.
Okay, but just stepping back for a second, it doesn't make a lot of sense to price a utility service beyond what customers have the ability to pay, correct?
But that is correct.
Okay, if I could just switch topics briefly. I asked you some questions in the DEC's most recent general rate case about securitization of coal plant retirement cost. Do you recall that exchange?
I do.
And you acknowledge that there was a provision in House Bill 951 for securitizing retired coal facilities.
Correct.
And you acknowledged that an issue had been raised by various parties in the securitization proceeding as to whether there was sufficient statutory authority to make coal retirement bonds marketable. Do you recall that?
Yes, I'm aware of that issue.
And I'd asked you whether or not you had any updates as to what Duke Energy might be doing to address those concerns. If anything, I just asked you the same question today, or do you have any updates on that particular issue?
I think my answer would continue to be the same, that if there is a need, Duke Energy would be supportive of making amendments if we need to go in order to issue the bonds, to do the securitization, to make legislative changes. We would be supportive of that. We're not at that point yet where we're having to do that. We have to actually close the coal facility, which is why we're here. We're hoping to get approval of a plan so that we can close our coal facilities, but we continue to be supportive of that securitization.
Okay, and you don't have any additional input on any analysis with respect to whether a legislative, any legislation is required?
No, I have no additional input on analysis.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
I think it's now to Dodge Plan.
Thank you, Presiding Commissioner. Good morning, Ms. Bowman.
Good morning.
Tim Dodge with North Carolina's Electric Cooperatives. Similar to the AG's office, I'm going to start with a little bit of level setting here. And if I'm going to refer to page 3 of your direct testimony, if you want to turn there, you're welcome to.
In there?
On lines 13 and 14, you state that Duke serves approximately 3.7 million retail customers in North Carolina. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And those numbers represent metered customer accounts, not overall population.
Correct. Those are meters.
And would you accept, subject to check, that the electric cooperatives in North Carolina serve approximately 1 million metered accounts?
Subject to check.
Would you also agree that North Carolina Electric Membership Corporation and its member distribution cooperatives collectively constitute Duke's largest wholesale customer in North Carolina?
Yes.
Table 1 on page 8 of your direct testimony indicates you're sponsoring the CPIRP overview and policy. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. I'm going to just focus on some of the policy points just for a few moments here with you. And I believe Mr. Trathan already, with CUCA, already referred you to page 9 of your direct testimony. On lines 8 to 13 of that page, you indicated the plan represents the most reasonable least cost path forward to achieve the state's carbon emissions reduction goals while maintaining or improving reliability and prioritizing affordability for our customers. Other than my flub in saying least cost path, did I say that correctly?
That's correct.
I'd like to break that statement down just a little bit further. The reference to the state's carbon emission reduction goals, that's referring to the emissions reduction goals passed as part of House 951 in 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the second part of that statement, maintaining or improving reliability and prioritizing affordability, those represent some of the multiple priorities that Duke is seeking to balance, that has to operate within as it develops this plan for the Commission's consideration. Is that correct?
That's correct, and is set forth in 951.
Now, based on your understanding of the co-ops and how they operate here in North Carolina, NCMC and its member distribution co-ops also prioritize reliability and affordability for our member consumers as well. Is that correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And reliability and affordability for Duke and for co-ops here in North Carolina and municipal electric suppliers, they're not abstractions for us, are they? We receive calls from our customers or member consumers when the lights don't turn on, when bills are struggling to pay bills. Would you agree with that statement that it's not an abstraction?
It's not an abstraction. It's a 24/7 job that we all do.
And Duke and NCMC work together closely on a regular basis, on a daily basis, on issues regarding reliability here in North Carolina.
We do.
But that doesn't mean that Duke and NCMC always necessarily agree on how to prioritize reliability or affordability, do we?
Correct. We have differences, but we tend to work through them.
Yeah, and we're going to spend a little time on a few of those differences in this
Yes.
proceeding. But as you prepared for the hearing, did you have an opportunity to review the testimony filed by NCMC witness Amadou Fall and Lee Ragsdale?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that NCMC agrees with Duke that a longer CPIRP compliance runway is reasonable and appropriate?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And a longer compliance runway for the interim goals allows more time or affords us more time to resolve issues we may have in a way that helps both of our organizations continue to supply reliable and increasingly clean power to our customers at an affordable rate going forward. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
I think that takes us to the end of cross.
I apologize, Chair Cameron, unless I messed something up. I think NC Warren reserved a little bit of time for cross as well.
You're correct. You have 5 minutes for cross.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Ms. Bowman. How are you doing today?
I'm good. Good morning to you.
My name is Matthew Quinn. I'm here with NC Warren and EWG and some other interveners. I do think since you're the first witness, it might be a good idea to give a little context about the proposals that you're sponsoring on behalf of Duke Energy. So I'd like to talk with you briefly, if I may, about Duke's supplemental modeling and its amended verified petition that it filed in January of this year. So if you could please turn to the supplemental planning analysis that Duke filed on January 31st of 2024.
What part of that?
Well, just have it in front of you. I'll have a few questions. So I want to make sure you have it in front of you. So, I mean, basically what happened is after Duke's initial filing in this docket, additional modeling was conducted and Duke came back to the commission with supplemental modeling, right?
Yes, we updated the modeling in light of economic and load growth that we were seeing. We believed it was substantial enough that we needed to update the modeling.
Okay, so Duke, what Duke has said in its filing is that demand has increased, and therefore additional resources, generation resources are necessary. That's what Duke is saying in this filing, essentially, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if you could turn to page 8 of the supplemental planning analysis, please.
I'm there.
All right. And what I'd like to do is talk about what Duke's initial request was when it first filed its original petition in 2023, and then what its updated requests were in this supplemental filing. Okay. Is that fair?
That's fair.
All right. So on page 8, you see there's figure SPA 1-2, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in this figure, Duke describes, does it not, ma'am, the differences between the original filing and the supplemental filing, right?
Correct.
Okay. So as an example, Duke has a column which deals with combined cycle transmission, right? Or I'm sorry, combined cycle plants, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in Duke's initial filing, Duke was requesting 4.1 gigawatts of additional combined cycles, right?
Roughly, yes.
Okay, roughly. But in the supplemental filing, just a few months later, Duke is now requesting 6.8 gigawatts, right?
Yes, we increased it in supplemental table. There's a analysis that shows how much the increase was by. And that's, to support not only increasing our reserve margins from a reliability standpoint, but also for load growth.
And I appreciate that, ma'am. Well, my question was, though, would you agree with me that in Duke's supplemental filing, a few months after its original filing, the request for CCs has increased from 4.1 gigawatts to 6.8 gigawatts?
Yes, we increased it by 2.7.
Okay. Additionally, in Duke's initial filing, there was a request for CTs in the amount of 2.1 gigawatts, right?
By what year?
2035. Thank you for the clarification. That's a good clarification. By 2035, Duke is requesting to add 2.1 gigawatts of CTs, right?
Yes, we have that in the supplemental.
Okay. So basically by 2035, if you take CTs and CCs and add the totals together, Duke is requesting about 8.9 gigawatts of additional natural gas generation, right, by 2035?
That's correct. And the models are showing that we need that from a reliability standpoint and the ability to meet the load.
Okay. And I know we'll have a lot of conversations with witnesses about that. On the other hand, I want to ask you about solar and battery. So when Duke filed its supplemental petition in January of 2024, there was also an increase in its request for solar, right?
Yes.
But that requested increase was 0.7 gigawatts, right?
Where are you getting that 0.7 from?
It is in the figure SPA 1-2 that we're looking at. It's the yellow portion of the chart.
I believe that's the difference. I think if you look at the table on page 9 of the supplemental analysis, it shows you the increase of 460 by 2031 of solar.
Okay. Do you see when you look through 2035 on this figure on page 8, you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And you see there's a column for solar by 2035, right? The difference between the requests in the P3 base case versus the P3 fall base case is 0.7 gigawatts, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that is considerably lower, is it not, ma'am, than the additional CCs that Duke proposes to add by 2035?
It's not overall lower. It's just lower by the additions, the difference. It's still more solar in the system if you're looking overall at the resources that we're adding to achieve the carbon reduction. I think you're focusing on the differences in the supplemental.
Well, let me see if I can ask it like this. When Duke conducted its additional modeling and filed this document on January 31st of 2024, as a result of that additional modeling, Duke's decision was, let's add 2.7 gigawatts of CCs, but only 0.7 gigawatts of solar, right?
So I don't know that I would characterize, and this is probably more for the modeling panel. So I want to flip to that, to punt to the modeling panel to address some of these specific questions. But it's not Duke picking, it's the completing of the model. And the model is ensuring reliability and trying to meet the load and the executability. And so what the models are showing is we need all of these resources. And this is the resource mix that is the most reliable, most executable, and least cost for our customers.
So if it's the modeling or it's Duke, however you want to characterize that. When Duke did this supplemental filing in January 31st of 2024, whether it's Duke or the model, however you want to characterize it, the proposal is Duke was going to add 2.7 gigawatts by 2035 relative to the initial filing, an additional 2.7 gigawatts for CCs, but 0.7 gigawatts for solar, right?
That was the proposal for the near-term action plan that we have put in front of this commission to approve. So again, House Bill 951, it's the commission's job to determine the pace and the resource mix for the plan for the state of North Carolina.
If you could, ma'am, turn to page 39 of this same document, the supplemental planning analysis.
Are you referring to SPA 3.2 modeling energy mix?
Yes, I am. Are you familiar with this table, ma'am?
I'm aware of this table.
Okay. You've reviewed it before?
I've seen it before.
Okay. So, I mean, would you agree with me that this table, it represents the modeled energy mix for Duke Energy Carolinas and Duke Energy Progress for 2033, 2038, and 2050.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I'd like to talk about 2033 if I could. Do you see, ma'am, that the modeled energy mix for solar in the original P3 base is 20%, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next column over is for the P3 fall base, right?
Yes.
And P3 fall base, that's just the supplemental. That's the result of the supplemental modeling from January of 2024, right?
I think this line of questioning would be probably better for our modeling panel.
Okay. Well, then let me see if I can just make it real simple so we can avoid the modeling complexities. Between the original filing and then the supplemental filing in January, the energy mix for solar dropped from 20% to 18%, right?
According to this chart.
Yeah. And the energy mix for gas went up from 34% to 39%, right?
According to this chart.
You recall Ms. Kress's questioning concerning bill impacts to customers?
I do.
Okay. And there was a significant discussion you had with Ms. Kress concerning increased bills by month for residential customers of Duke Energy.
Yes.
Okay. And those increased bill impacts are the result of Duke's proposals in this proceeding, right?
Yes.
Okay. If you could please turn to, ma'am, your supplemental direct testimony.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask you about page 4, line 14.
Okay.
Okay. And we can read this into the record if you'd like, but I mean, basically what it comes down to, ma'am, is you're explaining the reasons for the purported increased demand, which allegedly necessitated the supplemental filing in January, right?
Correct. I reference the experiencing growth in demand, and then I list some of the significant new load that we're seeing.
Yeah. Like, for instance, data centers are mentioned, right?
Yes.
Okay. Blockchain operations, right?
Right. Electric transportation, electrification.
Manufacturing is mentioned also, right?
Yes.
Okay. Notably absent, though, from this, ma'am, is anything about the residential class, right?
I don't think it's listed, but we are seeing residential load increases in North Carolina. North Carolina population is growing, so we are seeing increases in residential.
But when you were explaining the reasons behind the purported supplemental modeling, you didn't list that residential, did you, ma'am?
It's not in the list.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, redirect from Duke.
Thank you. Very briefly, Ms. Bowman, want to go back to the line of questions from counsel for the Attorney General's office regarding HB 951 and the commission's discretion. You recall those questions?
I do.
And you were specifically being asked about the commission's discretion with respect to the interim target achievement date. Do you recall those questions?
I do, to the 70%.
Okay. And you confirmed and discussed with counsel the discretion given to this commission related to the selection of offshore wind and nuclear energy. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
And you also testified with respect to the commission's discretion as it relates to the obligation to maintain or improve reliability. Do you recall that?
Yes.
In addition to that, is it also your position that the additional discretion is given the commission to determine what constitutes all reasonable steps?
Yes.
Okay. And is it your perspective, your opinion in this case, that the company's recommended portfolio is the right outcome based on the totality of the discretion given to the commission under HB 951?
I do.
Okay. Would you agree it's a very complex consideration to weigh all those considerations to reach a recommended portfolio?
I agree. It is very complex.
And in this case, are there parties that are recommending that that Duke Energy moves faster towards execution?
There are parties that are recommending that.
Okay, and are there parties in this case that recommended that the companies move slower in the pace of execution?
Yes.
So how would you characterize where the company's recommendation in terms of pace of execution, where does it fall on the continuum of perspectives in this case?
Amongst the perspectives, I think we're right in line with the middle. And I think that was one of the reasons we were able to enter into a settlement agreement with the public staff and Walmart and CCPA.
Now, I want to turn to another line of questions. You were asked questions by counsel for Sigur and Cuca regarding what constitutes reasonable bill impacts and what constitutes affordability. You recall those lines of questions?
I do recall those.
Okay. And stepping back from the big picture, would you agree that generally speaking, investment in infrastructure is necessary in order to maintain reliability?
Yes.
Would you agree that there's a risk in doing nothing as it relates to investing in infrastructure?
Presiding Chair, I would object to leading questions on redirect. I think this is an opportunity to ask questions, and counsel is in effect testifying for the witness here.
Mr. Direct, do you want to respond?
Yeah, I will. In general, I think the practice of the commission is to give some leeway on this issue, but I will endeavor to use fewer leading questions.
I understand you're trying to move efficiently, but don't ask any leading questions, please.
So how does the company think about what it means to invest in infrastructure in North Carolina to ensure reliability for customers?
I mean, I think we have to continually make investments in our infrastructure. Even without House Bill 951, we need to make investments in our infrastructure. We have an aging coal fleet. We need to retire that coal fleet and replace that generation. It's getting more expensive to run. And for the benefit of all of the customers in the state, we need to move forward anyway. We are now on the clean energy transition path, and infrastructure is going to be needed. Infrastructure is needed from the grid. You have an aging infrastructure. We're also trying to make the grid more resilient. So we have to continue to invest in the grid. It's going to continue to raise rates. I think if you look at the nation, everywhere around us, there is investment in the grid. If you look to the north in Virginia, they are also on a clean energy transition. They have a different statutory framework, but they're making significant investments. And I think Duke Energy is taking a very reasonable approach and trying to ensure affordability and least costs as we march on this path for the clean energy transition.
And so how is the company seeking to balance the risks of doing nothing, of not addressing some of the risks you just identified, the risks of continuing to operate coal versus the risks of moving too fast and having bill impacts that have detrimental impacts on businesses in North Carolina?
So I believe one of the things that you can see in the recommended portfolio that we're putting forward and in the settlement that we've put forward is to take a slower pace. To not go too fast. But I think if you look at that pace, if you get to 2035, they all start to converge, and eventually all of the portfolios get to net zero by 2050. So I think we're taking a measured pace, but we have to start moving forward. We can't just wait and see. We need to start making investments to ensure reliability, to keep the lights on for our customers.
And even with the investments that are made in this case, what is the company's current projections about where its rates will remain relative to the national average going forward?
We continue to believe we will remain below the national average going forward.
And with this plan out there, the company's recommended CPIRP out in public, how has that impacted the desire of new customers, new businesses to relocate to the state of North Carolina?
It's resulted in, I believe, an increase in economic development in the state. Many of the customers out there are looking for sustainability. They're looking for clean energy. And I believe it's made North Carolina more attractive. And I believe our economic development panel can provide a lot more insight into that.
And are you aware of any evidence whatsoever that the projected bill impacts that are part of the CPIRP are having a detrimental impact on the company's economic development efforts?
I'm not aware of any. And again, the economic development panel can address that too.
And as it relates to affordability, is it the company's perspective that there are multiple other forms and regulatory proceedings in which the company can continue to consider how those issues may be addressed from a rate-making perspective or other design elements?
Absolutely. Through our rate cases, through our performance incentive metrics, through the affordability collaborative, the affordability stakeholder, even with the EEDSM, as we're looking at low income and affordability there, definitely. And I'm thinking also of rate design, time of use rates, really incenting customers when to use their electricity and pay less for it by adjusting how and when they use their electricity.
And is the company committed to continuing to innovate across all of those elements of the regulatory process to ensure this plan is implemented in an efficient, cost-effective, and affordable way for all customers in the state of North Carolina?
Yes, we are. The price of electricity is front and center for us, and we want to keep it as affordable as possible. And we want to continue to have North Carolina be the place where everybody wants to come live and work and do business.
Thank you. No further questions at this time.
So, Ms. Bowman, I have a couple of questions, and then my fellow commissioners may as well. I'd like to step back and ask you some questions about the impacted communities. And you talked about in the executive summary of the application, along with your testimony, provided some detail about the efforts that Duke has been going through to have stakeholder meetings, work with community leaders and impacted communities where coal generation is being retired, where new generation is being proposed, and transmission projects are being proposed. Can you provide some more detail about what Duke has done and what you're continuing to do or planning to do with these impacted communities?
Absolutely. So we actually created a group and a department within the North Carolina State President's team, and it's called Infrastructure Engagement. And so where we work closely with our community relations managers, we have community relations managers spread across the state. We serve 83 counties in North Carolina, and we have boots on the ground, as I like to call it, in all 83 counties. But where we're having big, large infrastructure projects, such as where we're retiring coal facilities and building new facilities, we do strategic community outreach. We have open houses. We have virtual open houses. We go meet with the local chambers of commerce. We talk with community leaders. We've actually created EJ, Environmental Justice Advisory Councils, in each of those communities, and we seek input. We sit down and we listen. We send out mailers. We do some media. So we are definitely in those communities trying to hear their concerns and work through those issues.
Okay. Thank you. And what about retraining? Is Duke proceeding with retraining of any of the existing workers, for example, from coal generation that is being retired? Is there retraining efforts being proposed or happening?
Absolutely. So that is also a focus for Duke Energy, as well as for our employees. We have over, if you look at our Roxborough coal units, over 250 employees there. We will work with retraining and finding new places for them to work. Also working closely with the community colleges in those areas for retraining opportunities as well. So that will continue to be a focus.
Okay. And then I have a question about the amended stipulation, but I want to preface it by I don't want to talk about the substance of the stipulation or the amended stipulation, because you and other Duke witnesses will be back for rebuttal to talk about the stipulation and the amended stipulation. But the amended stipulation does mention the proposal of the addition of 2 CCs, CC2 and CC3. That are targeted to achieve commercial operation by 2031. Can you provide us with any information about when Duke is pursuant to their proposal, when Duke might be planning to file applications for CPCNs for CC2 and CC3?
So subject to check, I believe CC2 would be sometime first quarter of 2025. I do not know off the top of my head for CC3, but one of our other panels can address that.
Okay, we'll ask that question with the later panel. And then large load growth is certainly a concern in this CPIRP proceeding. And so we are interested in getting more information from you or from Duke about large load growth that's being proposed, and especially data centers, and the measures that Duke is taking to protect customers. For example, if the large customers or data centers that are proposing to come to North Carolina don't ultimately materialize. Can you provide us with any information about what efforts Duke has done or is going to be trying to do to protect the customers from this type of situation?
Sure. So one of the things that, well, first, let me step back and say we're seeing so much economic development growth, and I know the economic development panel can address this, but for every project that says they're coming and then they suddenly don't come, there is another project that comes right in and swoops in. So we're seeing somebody else that can come in and step in the shoes. So just I'll say that up front. But if a large customer, say they're 500 megawatts of load, we recently made some revisions to some of our existing tariffs to put in place stronger creditworthiness provisions, but also put in place a provision that if we're having to upgrade, for example, build a substation to serve that customer, and we're building that substation to serve 500 megawatts, and that customer only comes and uses 250 megawatts, they're on the hook for paying for that substation that was there to serve the 500 megawatts. So that's one protection that we're looking at for customers. The other thing is we're trying to get innovative. So we will probably be in front of you with even more protections that we're thinking of in the tariffs to protect the rest of the customers if one of these large customers does not show up. But you might have heard about the announcement we made with some tech companies and Nucor about a memorandum of understanding. We hope to be in front of you in the near future, hopefully later this year, filing some more tariff revisions to allow for, accelerating clean energy. I'm thinking, ideas such as financing, kind of like contribution in aid of construction, financing by some of these large companies to help move forward large capital intensive projects, generation that can help get to the clean energy without burdening the rest of the ratepayers. So we're trying to get innovative. We're thinking about these issues as well. We are also monitoring what other states are doing with this issue. We're not alone. I think data center growth, artificial intelligence, it's something the entire nation is looking at. So we're continuing to monitor and benchmark. So I would say stay tuned. We'll be in front of you in the near future with some ideas on how to protect our customers.
Thank you. And I know that we'll have some questions for the economic development panel. We appreciate those efforts and we appreciate being innovative and proactive and looking for ways to protect the existing customers in the event of difficulties so that they are not adversely affected. So let me see. Okay, Commissioner Duffley.
So good morning, Ms. Bowman.
Good morning.
So I just have 3 questions for you, and they all relate to the recommended portfolio with respect to nuclear. And really, my questions are probably going to be, who do I need to ask these questions of? What panel, what witness? The first question is in regards to within the past probably 6 months to a year, many leaders at the Department of Energy have been pushing the build out of AP1000s in addition to small modular reactors and advanced reactors. I read in some of the materials that have been submitted to this, in this carbon plan, the company's thought process regarding the recommended portfolio. And so I just wanted to hear a little bit more about the company's decision-making with respect to that issue. Who would I speak with?
So Stephen Capps, and he is going to be on the long lead time resource panel. So he is going to be the nuclear expert on that. I will say we're continue to monitor and look at all aspects from on nuclear, whether that's large SMRs. So we're out there looking at all kinds of things related to new nuclear. And so Stephen Capps can really go into detail with you.
Thank you. And then the next thing that has cropped up recently in the trade press is with respect to this concept of cost overrun insurance and, federal backstop authority. And I just wondered what witness would be able to talk about is Department of Energy thinking about this, and is there any pending legislation or any legislators thinking, U.S. legislators thinking about this issue?
Again, same witness, Stephen Capps, would have the details on that. I will say that cost overrun in insurance is something that Duke Energy supports, and we're continuing to talk to the DOE about.
Okay, and then my last question has to do with a recent DOE announcement with a notice of intent to fund up to $900 million to support the initial deployment of Generation 3+ units, and it's in 2 tranches. Who would I speak with? It sounds like DOE plans to open up the application process in the late summer or fall of 2022. Who should I ask about what the company's plans are with respect to that funding opportunity?
Same witness.
Okay, thank you. Those are all of my questions.
We are at 11 o'clock. So we're going to take our 10-minute break, and then we'll come back for questions on commission's questions. So we'll be back on the record at 11:12, and we'll go off the record now. and continue with commission questions. Commissioner Brawley.
Thank you, Chair Camerad. Ms. Kendall, I want to refer back to the SPA 1.2 supplemental portfolio analysis. That is on page 8 of the supplemental planning analysis. And this is particularly the questions that were related to the increase in CCs and the increase in solar.
Okay.
It shows that you had increased CCs from 4.1 gigawatts to 6.8. That was an increase of 2.7. While the solar was already at 11.9 gigawatts and you increased that to 2.6 or only 0.7. I was wondering if part of the reason for that decision is you would already plan to add as much solar as you could within that time frame.
That is correct. And if you want to ask that same question to the modeling panel to get more information, you can.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you. So we'll now go to questions on commission questions. And as a reminder, again, I won't say this every time, but when you ask a question, please identify which commissioner asked the question and then summarize the question so that we can be careful about making sure that the questions are tailored to commission questions. So any questions on commission questions? Okay.
No questions.
Okay, no questions on commission questions. So I will hear motions beginning with Duke.
Thank you, Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite. At this time, I'd ask that Ms. Bowman's 2 direct and 2 supplemental direct exhibits be accepted in the record at this time.
Okay, your request is allowed. Motion from Sigur.
Thank you, Commissioner Kimmerite. We would move admission of Sigur 2 and 3, cross Bowman Direct Exhibits 1 and 2, please.
Okay, and your request is allowed.
Thank you.
The AGO would move that AGO cross Bowman Direct Supplemental Exhibit 1 be entered into the record.
Okay, and your request is allowed. And so those are all the exhibits that were referenced during the testimony. So with that, Ms. Bowman, thank you for your testimony this morning, and you'll be coming back, so you will not be excused, but you may step down.
Thank you.
And Duke, you can call your next panel of witnesses.
Thank you, Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite. The company's called the IRP and NTAP panel to the stand.
Alexis. And before they get started, do we have placards for their names for the panel?
We do. We'll get better at this as.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to swear them before we?
Yeah, well, just a second. So now that we have you identified with the placards, I'll go ahead and swear you in. Can you place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand? And do you swear that the testimony that you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Brushworth.
Thank you, Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
All right, Mr. Snyder, I'm going to start with you. Would you please state your full name and business address for the record?
Yes, my name is Glenn Snyder. My business address is 525 South Tryon Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
Thank you. And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Duke Energy as Managing Director of Integrated Resource Planning and Analytics for the Carolinas.
Thank you. And can you briefly describe your role and responsibilities at the company as they relate to the CPIRP?
Yes, my team is responsible for preparing the CPIRP, predominantly the modeling and presentation of the modeling results, as well as I have responsibility for other analytic functions within the Carolinas and have appeared before this commission in avoided cost proceedings and other various proceedings.
Thank you. Turning to you, Mr. Beatty, good morning.
Morning.
Would you please state your full name and business address for the record?
Yeah, my name is Thomas Beatty and my business address is 525 South Tryon Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
Thank you. And by whom are you employed in what capacity?
I'm employed by Duke Energy Corporation as a senior engineer on the production cost modeling and data management team within the enterprise strategy and planning department.
Thank you. And would you please briefly describe your role and responsibilities for the company as it relates to the CPIRP?
Yes. In my current position, my primary responsibility is to perform modeling and analytics to support the integrated resource plans for each of Duke Energy's regulated utilities, primarily focusing on the Carolinas. My team is responsible for the modeling performed in the CPIRP.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Passy.
Good morning.
Would you please state your full name and business address for the record?
My name is Benjamin Pasty, business address 525 South Tryon Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
All right. And by whom are you employed in what capacity?
I'm employed by Duke Energy Corporation as a principal load forecasting analyst for Duke Energy Carolinas and Duke Energy Progress.
Thank you. And can you please briefly describe your role and responsibilities for the company as it relates to the CPIRP?
Yes. My primary responsibilities include developing the company's long-term electric load forecasts for the DEP and DEC service territories within North Carolina and South Carolina. These forecasts and analyses are provided to departments throughout Duke Energy and are used for budgeting, generation planning, and regulatory filings, such as long-term forecast reports, integrated resource plans, and rate cases. I also support special projects requiring statistical and econometric analysis and forecasting, including the assessment of current and future economic conditions.
Thank you, sir. Turning back to you, Mr. Snyder, to introduce the company's pre-filed testimony. Did the panel cause to be pre-filed initially on September 1st and then amended and replaced by order of the commission on July 22nd of 2024, direct testimony consisting of 52 pages and one exhibit?
Yes, we did.
And did you also cause to be pre-filed in this docket on November 30th, 2023, 13 pages of supplemental direct testimony that you sponsored individually?
Yes.
And did the panel also cause to be pre-filed in this docket on January 31, 2024, supplemental direct testimony consisting of 34 pages, that was also amended and replaced by order of the commission on July 22nd, 2024?
Yes.
And confirming that you do not have any changes to your direct testimony and exhibit or your supplemental direct testimony at this time?
No, we do not.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today that appear in your pre-filed direct and supplemental direct testimonies, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And just to confirm, the pre-filed direct testimony and supplemental testimonies that you've identified and were seeking to enter in the record did not include any confidential information?
They did not.
All right. And is it accurate that this panel also pre-filed a summary of their direct and supplemental direct testimonies for the commission?
We did.
Thank you. Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite, at this time, I'd ask that the IRP and impact near-term action plan or NTAP panels pre-filed direct, Mr. Snyder's initial supplemental direct, the panel's supplemental testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand, along with a summary of their direct and supplemental direct testimonies that was pre-filed with the commission as directed by commission order.
Seeing no objection, the direct and supplemental direct and summaries of the testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you. And I'd also ask that the panel's one direct exhibit be pre-marked for identification to be entered into the record at the appropriate time by the commission.
It will be pre-marked for identification purposes and entered into the record at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Before making the panel available for cross-examination for the parties, I do have one procedural matter that we've identified for commission legal staff. related to an exhibit that we've been working to get to agreement on with counsel for SACE et al. So as the commission is aware, during the discovery phase of the proceeding, SACE noticed the company to hold a deposition, which did occur on May 9th. And the transcript of that deposition was shared with the parties. It was identified as a pre-marked potential cross-examination exhibit. I believe, as the commission's aware, under the Public Utilities Act, depositions are allowed to be used in commission proceedings in the same manner as in Superior Court. We've been working with counsel for SACE et al. To confirm that the use of this deposition transcript would be appropriately limited. We have agreed, in light of witness Quinto, who was previously part of this panel, but for personal and family reasons was not able to appear and testify, to agree to stipulate to a limited scope of the deposition transcript being entered into the record to represent the company's testimony on certain limited matters that were addressed by witness Quinto during the deposition. Related to the deposition transcript, there were some exhibits, a limited number of exhibits, which the company is also stipulating are relevant and are predominantly Duke Energy's discovery responses that were produced in the discovery phase of the proceeding. And so at the appropriate time, Mr. Neal will identify that as an exhibit, and just wanted to state at the outset, the company is agreeable to stipulating to the limited use of that deposition transcript, or the limited use of that portion of the deposition transcript as an exhibit in this proceeding, and wanted to bring that to the commission's attention now.
So, Mr. Brushworth, is there any disagreement between Duke and SACE about the limited use of the exhibit and the deposition transcript? Are the parties in agreement?
My understanding is we are in agreement. And to be clear, I used the phrase limited use, which was, I think, the limited scope of the deposition transcript is not the entirety of the deposition transcript. We would object to entering the deposition transcript in its entirety as unnecessarily cumulative in light of Mr. Snyder and the rest of the panel being here and competent to testify, but recognizing that there's some efficiency to be gained by this portion of the transcript, which Mr. Quinto addressed these items being pre-filed and entered into the record. We've agreed that it would be allowed for that limited purpose, I guess I would say more accurately. And then Mr. Neal, who can speak for himself, but has agreed to not retread those topics in his cross-examination before the commission today.
Okay, so limited purpose. And Mr. Neal, I see you nodding your head. Would you like to speak in the microphone so that can be your position can be put on the record?
Again, I think Mr. Breitschwart covered that well. Again, by limited purpose, I think my understanding is just that it's the limited portions of the deposition where Mr. Quinto gave the responses, and that it will be an exhibit that's available as evidence in the proceeding.
That's correct.
Okay.
So I'll move for that at the appropriate time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the preliminary information.
Yes, ma'am. At this time, the panel is available for cross-examination from the parties and questions from the commission.
Thank you. And we'll begin with the Attorney General's office.
Morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Jeremy Moore with the Attorney General's office. I want to start by talking about the company's initial filing. In the company's initial filing, you included 3 pathways targeting 3 different interim compliance dates. Is that right?
That is correct.
And those dates were 2030, 2033, and 2035?
Correct.
And those same interim compliance dates were used to conduct the supplemental planning analysis?
They were.
And when the companies are performing Encompass modeling, the interim compliance dates are an input into the software, correct?
That is correct.
And the P2 portfolio or pathway targets achievement in 2033?
Yes.
And P3 targets achievement in 2035?
Correct.
And resource availability assumptions, are those the amount of a given resource that the model is allowed to select in a given year?
There at times are cumulative and in a given year. So yes.
And the P2 and P3 portfolios, they were developed using the same resource availability assumptions?
In the initial plan?
Correct, yes.
Yes, that's correct.
And using those base resource availability assumptions, the model was able to solve for 2033 compliance. Is that right?
In the initial plan, yes.
The companies did not analyze compliance in 2031, correct?
No,
Or 2032
no,
or 2034?
no.
So now I want to turn to the supplemental analysis. The rationale that the companies gave to conduct that supplemental planning analysis was significant material increase in the load forecast. Is that right?
Correct.
And turning to page 13 of the supplemental planning analysis, I believe it was a 5% increase in the winter peak forecast and a 12% increase in the energy forecast for 2038. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
And due to that significant change in the load forecast, the original portfolios, the company's understanding would no longer be sufficient to ensure the adequacy and reliability of the grid. Is that right?
That is correct.
For the P1 and P2 fall supplemental portfolios, the companies assume that all resources that would otherwise be available by 2035 were accelerated and available by 2030 and 2033. Is that right?
Yeah, generally speaking, that's correct.
And the companies performed 3 additional sensitivity analyses on the P3 portfolio. Is that right?
Yes.
But you did not analyze earlier compliance dates using those same resource availability assumptions.
I'm sorry, could you restate that question?
Did you try to run the model with a 2034 compliance, but using the same assumptions?
No, just 2030, 33, and 35. There was no
Using the
20.
P3 resource availability
Right.
assumption, did you try to run it with 2034
No, we did not try a 2034.
or any earlier year?
That is correct. It used all of the resource availability, those annual, as you said earlier, it takes almost every single one of those annual availabilities to achieve 70% by 2030. And what you would see is that we did achieve it with those availabilities by 35. But with those availabilities, we were not at 70% by 2030 or 2033. So there's no need to run the model. It was maxing those out anyway in that time period, and it wasn't achieving 70% in 2030 or in 2033. So in essence, we did run those availabilities and looked at what was the trajectory of carbon reductions, and it did not achieve it at these higher loads at the P3 availabilities in the earlier years.
In the supplemental planning analysis on page 27, the companies discussed their decision to delay the availability of offshore wind by 1 year. And it states that, I believe it was informed by current offshore wind projects in the US. Is that correct?
Can you point me to a line? I'm sorry. Or just give me 1 second. Yeah, I see that.
And similarly, the companies reduced the availability of standalone battery storage from 4,400 megawatts in the initial analysis to 200 megawatts in supplemental planning analysis. Is that right?
No, that you're speaking, I think, of just a single year.
27?
2027 at 200, and then it grew from there. And Mr. Beatty can correct me, but I believe we go up to 1,000 a year pretty quickly after that. So we step into higher availabilities.
By 2030.
And what was the rationale for that change?
The rationale for that change was just taking into account current supply chain issues that we're seeing in the industry, interconnection constraints, the maturity of that technology, and stepping into it in a more reasoned manner that we thought was prudent and reasonable.
So part of the rationale was sort of externalities or other things outside of the company's territory that are occurring?
Yes.
I want to introduce AGO Potential Cross Exhibit 3, and I believe the binder's in front of you.
Okay, I think we're there.
I would ask that this be marked as AGO Cross, IRP and Near-Term Actions Panel, Direct and Supplemental Exhibit 1.
So we will mark AGO Potential Cross Exhibit 3 as AGO Cross IRP and Near-Term Actions Panel Direct and Supplemental Exhibit 1.
Thank you. And in this data request, the companies were asked whether externalities related to new nuclear technology in other states or countries impacted the company's conclusion on availability of that resource. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm reading it now. That's what it states.
And can you read the first sentence of the company's response?
Externalities related to new nuclear generation projects in other states or countries did not impact the company's decision.
I want to turn now to the load forecast. On page 4 of Appendix D, there's a discussion about the residential load forecast and specifically the usage per customer calculations.
Are you back in the original or supplemental? I'm sorry.
This is the original Appendix D.
What page was that again?
Page 4.
Thank you.
Let me know if you found that.
I'm there.
You're at that page. And there's a statement that says the outlook for usage per customer via the end uses is essentially flat in the forecast horizon, with increasing growth in the later period attributed to the rise in electrification, particularly increasing growth in EV energy after 2030. Is that right?
Yes.
I want to now introduce or turn to AGO Potential Cross Exhibit 4. This is the company's response to AGO Data Request 1-10. Let me know when you're there.
We're there.
And I would ask that this be marked as AGO Cross IRP and Near-Term Actions Panel Direct and Supplemental Exhibit 2.
AGO Potential Cross Exhibit 4 will be so marked as AGO Cross IRP and Near-Term Actions Panel Direct and Supplemental Exhibit 2.
And in this data request, the companies were asked to provide historical and projected usage per customer. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I want to turn to the last page of this exhibit. It's a spreadsheet. And these are the historical figures, correct?
That's what's represented in that spreadsheet.
This may take a minute for you to find, but it looks like to me between 2013 and 2022 for DEC, there was a drop from about 13,003 kilowatt hours to 12,351. Is that right? You see those numbers?
Upper right. Okay.
I see those.
That's a drop of about 650 kilowatt hours. Is that right?
Yeah, I think it's important to note what we're looking at is actuals and not, an IRP is a weather normal. So these numbers can be influenced by historic weather, historic economic conditions. Some of these years were COVID, post-COVID, some were economic expansion, some were contraction. So yes, what we're looking at is historic actuals. Just a reminder that what we use in the IRP is a weather normal.
Well, then would you agree with me just looking at those numbers that there's a general trend of decreasing usage per customer?
I mean, I can pick a year here where I see 13,400, 13,000 flat. It definitely, as you went into COVID, 2020, 21, 22, I think this was an issue before this commission in the original carbon plan. We did see a decrease in customer usage in the COVID years. So some of that is in this data as well. So it's hard to say, unless you were to look at sort of an economy adjusted and weather normal adjusted, whether you would have an actual trend.
I want to turn up to the second spreadsheet in this exhibit. These are the projected usage per customer figures, correct?
Give me just 1 second. Yes.
And this sort of second set of data, I know this is a little messy, that's the kilowatts per hour annually per customer, correct?
Yeah, you're in the bottom part of the spreadsheet, maybe third column over, fourth column.
Correct.
Yeah.
And this is specifically, it's residential sales before all impacts. So what does all impacts mean?
All impacts refers to the electric vehicle adjustment, the residential solar, as well as the impacts of utility and energy efficiency programs.
And for DEC, based on my reading, between 2026 and 2038, I'm seeing an increase of 6 kilowatt hours. Is that correct?
For DEC, are you in the residential?
Before all impacts column. So far right, one column into the left.
Yeah, and which years are you comparing? I'm sorry.
2026 and 2038.
Yes.
I want to turn now to what was previously AGO potential cross exhibit 2. It's now been entered into the record as AGO cross Bowman direct and supplemental exhibit 1.
I'm on AGO potential cross exhibit 2.
And can you turn to page 10 with me? I'm sorry, did I say 2? I believe I meant 1.
Okay. Page 10 with the map on top.
And there's a paragraph just above the header seasonality and impact of weather. Do you see that paragraph?
I see it.
Can you read the final sentence of that paragraph? Starting with the word over.
Mr. Moore, can you, for clarification, which potential cross exhibit are you referring to at this point?
Is potential cross exhibit 1.
Potential cross exhibit 1. Okay, thank you.
We're on page 10.
Okay.
Okay. We good? Yeah, we are at the limits of my eyesight, so I will do my best. Over the longer time frame, it is still expected that continued adoption of more efficient housing and appliances will have a negative impact on average usage per residential customer over time.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
I would just say on that, it's negative relative to what, right? So yes, as appliances get more efficient, that particular variable will help reduce. But there may be other things, larger house sizes, more electrification within the house, gas going to electric stoves that could increase. So I think it's all you need to take that sentence in context.
Good morning. My name is Ben Smith. I represent Avangrid Renewables. For the purposes of this cross-examination session, I'm going to be speaking and asking questions about offshore wind issues as related to the IRP and TAP panel. To make sure that this is it's clear up any confusion, I also represent Environmental Defense Fund, and I will be cross-examining on some other issues in their scope, but that'll be a little bit later. Okay. My first question is, in the initial application filed in this proceeding in 2023, offshore wind was not a selected resource, correct?
That is correct.
But following the assessment regarding new load and filings made in January 2024, companies have taken a new position on offshore wind, correct?
Yes, it is in the intent.
And in the supplemental testimony, Duke takes the position that reaching the interim target by 2035 will require the addition of both advanced nuclear and offshore wind source resources to the portfolio, correct?
Correct.
And did any of you happen to read the public staff's testimony in this proceeding regarding modeling and offshore wind?
I saw summaries of it and read portions of it, a lot of pages.
So as best you can recall, the public staff supported 2,400 megawatts of offshore wind to be included, correct?
Correct.
All right, I'm going to change gears a little bit. And I apologize because the proposed ARFI process, or ARPI as some folks call it, was discussed across different testimonies. So I want to ask, is this the appropriate panel to ask some of the ARFI questions related to offshore wind?
Probably if you get into the details of what an ARFI might be, that'd be more appropriate for the long lead time, but.
Okay. All right, well, I think these are a little bit general, so maybe I'll try and see how it goes. Coming out of the sub 179 proceeding, we had a offshore wind energy study that was required by the final order in that proceeding. And I was hoping that you could distinguish between what that was and what Duke sees the ARFI to be.
And again, I'll subject to maybe a more fulsome discussion from the long lead time, but my understanding of the RFI, it was a pretty generalized RFI in terms of the amount of wind, what it would cost to add certain volumes at different tranches, what the capacity factors for those wind facilities might be, some of the timing considerations for bringing that wind online, the landing points for that wind, things of that nature. And I think, what it didn't have was a more detailed, what would an actual acquisition look like? And so pricing, when you actually start digging into it, it's going to be a function of many factors. You're going to need to understand risk sharing arrangements, credit provisions, many of the indemnifications and terms and conditions and liquidated damages provisions, et cetera. So as you start to get into more, what would an actual transaction look like? Who wears what level of risk sharing? Who wears what level of financial commitments at what points in time? That will have an influence on the price. In addition, the market has been very dynamic. As we've all read, there's been, lots of volatility in all resource types, but especially U.S. offshore wind. So it's also an opportunity to update to current market conditions, whether that's supply chain conditions, EPC, vessel availability, things of that nature. So I think you're both updating and then adding depth to the original, more general RFI. That would be what I would say.
Thank you. And are you familiar with the recent acquisition of Kitty Hawk North by Dominion, Virginia?
Yeah, I did see an article on that.
And do you think that, which I believe is a straight asset acquisition, but do you think that acquisition might be able to inform, to the extent information is publicly available, might be able to inform what happens going forward with Duke as it seeks to procure offshore wind?
It'd be interesting. I I think it's certainly a good data point. It'll have to be, do the facts and circumstances that existed in that continue to exist? What was the timing of the contractual commitments made? Are those same contractual commitments available today? Who wore what risk in that structure, things of that nature. But yeah, it's certainly a good, it'll be a data point, and I think it'll be a data point to say, is it replicable here in the Carolinas, and lessons learned, certainly. Thanks.
And I keep hearing you talk about who wears what risk, and I think I want to pin down exactly what you mean by that. Are you referring to the two sides of what an acquisition or transaction would look like when you're talking about who would wear what risk on each side?
Yes.
And I suppose this is hypothetical, so I apologize for that. But in the hypothetical transaction where Duke would acquire an offshore wind energy area or whatever the contractual structure, who would be on the other side of that contracting process?
And so it would be the parties to the RFE, right? So during construction, who's wearing cost overrun risk, who's wearing indemnification should something happen during construction, what if there's change in law? I mean, I'm getting a little over my skis and probably shouldn't be talking for the long lead time panel, but when you actually get into trying to contract for a project of that magnitude, and it has a fairly long construction period, the T&Cs matter tremendously as you come up with what would the project cost and what would customers ultimately end up being exposed to cost-wise, and then what are the benefits that come with that.
Most likely the owner of the offshore wind energy lease would be one of the parties to a contract like that.
Correct.
Are you aware of any other state that's utilized an offshore wind study like the RFI that was already conducted and then subsequently used an ARFI afterwards?
I think there's been if you go, and I'm not the offshore wind expert here, but my understanding is there's different legislation in almost every state, right? So Virginia's got their law, the Virginia Clean Energy Act. You've got different laws in the Northeast that govern this. So I think it's very regional specific, and I am not aware of a region that has the same structure that we have here in North Carolina. So no, I think it differs by region and by prevailing policy.
Nothing further from me for Avangrid.
Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite, Sigur has a line of questioning that will lead to and elicit confidential information. And Sigur had alerted commission staff to that and was wondering if the commission would like for us to proceed now, knowing that it will take us into confidential session, or if you would like to come back to us at the end of the other parties' cross.
Ms. Kress, how long are you anticipating that your line of questioning will take?
I expect approximately 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Why don't we come back to Sigur 2 and 3 after we take our lunch break? And so we will clear the hearing room for the confidential questions, and then we will begin with Sigur after the lunch break.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. So with that, we will move to the next witness will be CUCA.
Thank you, Commissioner Kimmerite. Just have a few questions for the panel. In the supplemental testimony at page 5, lines 11 through 13, the panel states that in preparing the updated 2023 fall load forecast, an additional group of 27 projects in both North Carolina and South Carolina have now made material new economic development project commitments to justify integration into the updated 2023 fall load forecast. Do you see that?
Can you give me line numbers again?
Yeah, it was supplemental testimony at page 5, lines 11 to 13. Sorry, that was Mr. Schneider, that was your supplemental direct testimony.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm there.
Yeah, that was my fault. I forgot to tell you it was your testimony. So is this saying the projected load increases driving the fall load forecasts include both projects in North Carolina and South Carolina?
Yes,
And of the 27 projects, do you know how many were in South Carolina?
I do not off the top of my head.
Do you know what percentage of the new projected load was coming from South Carolina projects?
I don't have that. I'm sure we've responded to that in data requests, I would imagine, but I don't have the exact number. Subject to check, I believe it. Having not looked at that in months, I didn't think it was shocking compared to the load ratio share that we have. So I remembered it being somewhat proportional to our general mix of North and South Carolina load. But again, all that subject to check.
And then this is with regard to the panel's direct testimony. At page 44, lines 19 to 21, you state that the metrics, and this is referring to above in the paragraph, PVRR and monthly bill calculations, are an important tool for comparing costs across portfolios, but reflect only costs considered in resource planning and therefore are not intended or useful as estimates of all-in costs. Do you see that?
I'm sorry, I missed you again on, I've got only 34 pages in.
It's the panel's direct testimony at page.
Direct, not supplemental. Gotcha.
Which page was that
At
again?
page 44.
Okay, I'm on page 44.
And do you see the lines 19 to 21 state that the metrics discussed above in the paragraph are an important tool for comparing costs across portfolios, but reflect only costs considered in resource planning and therefore are not intended or useful as estimates of all-in costs.
I see that.
And focusing on the monthly bill estimates, can you elaborate on what costs have been excluded from the analysis?
So it's both costs and benefits. So what's in this, let me tell you what's in and try and give you a general feel for what's out. So costs that are in our model, so the cost to construct new resources, the cost to operate the grid as a whole. So total fuel costs, total solar costs, renewables, total capital for gas. The cost to operate existing resources are in. What it doesn't have is fixed costs in the existing transmission grid that aren't associated with this plan. It doesn't have depreciation of existing assets are not in this plan. Capital investments into existing assets. So if we have, just normal capital that's being invested to maintain an existing asset, those are constant across all portfolios, as is the depreciation of those assets across all portfolios. Our grid investments for just maintaining the distribution system, building new substations for new neighborhoods, things of that nature that are in all portfolios are not in the plan. What is in the bill impact is all the capital for new resources, all the operating costs, variable operating costs for the entirety of the resources, the transmission costs. We have transmission cost proxies to interconnect all new resource types are in this plan. So the incremental investments we're making in generation and transmission are in these bill impacts, as well as the total system production cost to run the system from a variable perspective.
Given all of those costs that have been excluded, wouldn't you agree that the commission can't assess the affordability of any of the portfolios without understanding the impacts on rates that will actually be paid by customers in the future?
Yeah, I think it's really a couple of points there. One is it's not just cost, there's also cost declines. Like I said, our entire fleet is depreciating, and as they depreciate, that's a lower depreciated balance that goes, into a rate case. There's, efficiencies in O&M that are happening. So there's costs, and then there's efficiencies and lower declining costs that are not in this because it's really more appropriate for a rate case. And we've got more binders than we can keep track of here, and I don't think we could have a rate case on top of this. But I would say affordability is really around, in my mind, what is as a balancing factor. CPIRP, we presented multiple portfolios, and we looked at affordability as one of the key metrics across those portfolios. So it's really a comparative metric that shows for the investments in the IRP, how do they differ under different portfolios from portfolio 1 to 2 to 3, and for use as a comparative metric, and not necessarily as a precise estimate of future what the exact bills will be. I mean, gas prices are projected to climb, at well over inflation in our fundamental forecast. Could those come down? Could those go up? Solar prices are at a current estimate for solar prices. Could those come down or go up? So it really isn't an exact forecast of what the bill will be out in the future as much as it is a comparative metric. As you look at different portfolios, how does that comparative metric look across the portfolios for the IRP? So that's how, from a modeling perspective, we use the bill impacts more so than as an absolute nominal number that customers for sure will see.
Did Duke's modeling exclude any particular resource because it was deemed to exceed some affordability threshold for customers?
No, that's not a reason for exclusion of a resource. We explain how we screen resources in Appendix E, and it's through what's their commercial availability and applicability in the state, and then the affordability comes in the selection of resources, how they get selected for the role that they're playing, right? So it's not just cost, it's different resources have different capabilities. Some are carbon-free, intermittent, some are dispatchable but have carbon. So you're looking at their physical characteristics, what they do to maintain reliability and produce increasingly clean energy on the system. And then you're balancing that total holistically with the cost of those resources. So we do not screen out a resource on this metric.
Yeah, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Hello again, Ben Smith for Environmental Defense Fund this time. I'm going to be asking you all some questions about some of the natural gas aspects of your testimony, particularly your supplemental testimony, and also some of the more broader things that are included in there. Broadly speaking, is the plan here for Duke to build new natural gas, combined cycle, and combustion turbine plants in the interim as a bridge resource?
Yeah, that term gets used. I would say the energy is a bridge and the capacity is more of a permanent capacity addition. So it's a bridge to the energy needs on the system, and it's a permanent addition to the capacity benefits. And what I mean by that is the role of gas will change over the decades from providing day in, day out energy, running almost every week of the year, to running more as capacity needs in high load conditions when you start to satiate the system with renewables. So the energy I would classify as a bridge, and the capacity I would classify as a needed asset over the life of the planning horizon.
And that's an interesting answer. in the sense that the capacity is needed in the way that you just described, is there any risk that Duke could be utilizing carbon emitting assets past the 2050 carbon neutrality deadline?
Yeah, I think we'll probably spend a fair amount of time in rebuttal on that. I probably have 8 pages in my rebuttal testimony, but I'll endeavor to give you the Cliff Note version now, which is we think that there is very little risk of that, that these assets will provide a used and useful benefit to customers for decades to come. And I go into a great deal of depth in my rebuttal testimony explaining why that's the case. But basically, these are the most efficient new gas resources being put onto the system today. They're more efficient than the coal that's on the system. They're more efficient than the existing natural gas that's on the system. They have the ability to run 24/7 for a week straight if needed. If we have another cold weather snap that's happening when there's low solar output, or if we lose a nuclear plant for a week during a cold weather event, it's really one of the only resources that can provide 24/7 energy for multiple days at a time. And the events that would have to transpire to strand that, just there's no real plausible path to where those aren't going to be needed for the decades to come. When you think about the fact that there's coal that's being retired, there's existing gas that will need to be retired. And so the pace, scope, and scale of resource additions that would be needed to both supplant all the coal on the system, all the existing gas on the system, and then come in and supplant the new gas that's just being built 5 years from now. There's nobody that I'm aware of in this case that's presented any plausible technical or modeling or technology that has the ability to be deployed at that pace, scope, and scale to the point where these assets will not be needed as we go to 2050.
And Mr. Smith, before you ask any more questions, let's be sure that we keep separate direct and supplemental testimony from rebuttal testimony. So if your question relates to rebuttal testimony, let's be sure to reserve it for rebuttal testimony, and same thing with testimony. So let's try to keep a very clear separation between direct and supplemental versus rebuttal testimony.
No problem. And I didn't intend to trigger, and I
Yeah.
completely understand where he's coming from as well. I didn't intend to trigger that.
Thank you, Presiding Commissioner. Got it.
Well, I do want to go back to the new natural gas resources, and if this goes into rebuttal, please just let me know. I reviewed your rebuttal. I reviewed a lot, like we all have. So keeping it straight in my head is sometimes a little difficult. Is the understanding that these new natural gas resources that are to be built, that are in the plan, are expected to have a 35-year useful life?
Yes, it is.
And do you anticipate that the companies will seek typical rate making to recover costs for the gas plants that are approved, certified, and proven used and useful?
Subject to Ms. Bateman's confirmation, who will be up, but yes, I would expect that.
And by that, I mean, I just mean that the companies will likely seek to recover CapEx costs under the statutorily available recovery methods in the state.
Yes.
And those, well, I'll skip that question. Is it your understanding then that it's likely that the process of amortization, I never say that well, will still be occurring for these gas assets past the 2030 interim requirement?
They're not even going into service, most of them except for one before 2030. So certainly, yes, they will be depreciated over a life well beyond 2030.
All right. And then extending that to the 2015 carbon neutrality deadline, the same sort of question, is that depreciation going to be going past that deadline?
Yeah, and again, I addressed this very issue in rebuttal of 2050 and how it's completely in line with 951 to run these beyond 2050, but maybe we'll reserve that for rebuttal.
Sure, I'll move ahead. And Chair, I think most of my questions would be more appropriate at this point for rebuttal. So would it be all right if I sort of add a couple minutes to my rebuttal time and sort of pass it off for now?
Let's reserve any questions for rebuttal. And I would just ask that you try to remain as close as possible to your cross-examination for rebuttal testimony. Understood, however. But yes, let's keep a clear separation between direct and supplemental versus rebuttal.
Will do.
Yeah,
All right.
thank you.
That's it for Environmental Defense Fund.
So I'm looking at the NC Warren has 30 minutes reserved for cross-examination. Is that still the plan?
20 to 30 minutes, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then NCSEA has 40 minutes for cross-examination. Is that still a realistic expectation for cross? Okay. Okay, and then SACE has 60 minutes, and then Walmart has 15 minutes. Ms. Gredman, do you still plan to, is 15 minutes still realistic for cross?
Longest it would take, I would expect probably no more.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is go out of order since we are going to be stopping for lunch break at 12:30. And so we'll proceed with Ms. Gredman and Walmart.
All right.
My apologies if I'm a little inefficient. I've got a lot here. Let me see if I can get it all together. You here just in case we use it.
Take your time since I changed the order on you.
Keeping it exciting with a surprise is okay. I hope I have actually even less than 10 minutes, but I just want to confirm sort of the scope of your testimony as it relates to the reserve margin issue. Is it fair to say that with respect to the Astrape report, that those of you on this panel and the load modeling, that you all had nothing to do with the creation of that report?
No, I did not create the report.
So that report was used as an input then by the modeling team only after it was created?
We did use it as an input to the model.
And to be clear, I note that throughout different places in the testimony, I could get you a specific reference, but I just want to make sure that we're all aware. When it says that there's a 5% increase in the reserve margin from 17% to 22%, you agree with me that that is in fact a 30% increase in the reserve margin compared to the 17%? That it's actually a 5 percentage point increase.
That is correct.
And I intend for this topic to be addressed purely within the context of reserve margin. As you know, Walmart is a signatory party to both the original stipulation and the amended stipulation. Depend on council to keep me honest if you believe that we veered into any topic that's beyond that. But I just want to make sure that I understand how the modeling panel for purposes of reserve margin issues dealt with the issues of demand response. Is that something that you were selecting resources to satisfy the increased reserve margin?
Yes, so demand response is a forecasted resource. So we say, here's the level, much like EE that this commission is very familiar with. Here's the amount of demand response we have today and how much we can grow it into the future. And then that is a controllable resource. So that is under the control of the utility. So in the model, it's able to activate demand response when needed. And so the demand response is a component of the reserve margin. It's just like a supply side resource in that if I need X amount of megawatts of reserves, the demand response counts towards that, is a part of that 22%.
And for purposes of and I also want you to let me know if I'm within the scope of your testimony or whether I should be deferring this to the Astrape team and the reserve margin study that they conducted. But you are aware that there were updates to the DSM EE mechanisms that were recently put in place by the commission.
Yes.
Do you know whether or not the potential changes that may flow from those mechanisms were incorporated in any way into determining the reserve margin?
Yeah, and certainly I'll have the Astrape team answer this to the best of their ability as well. But my thinking is the level of demand response you have is not going to be a big influence. In other words, whether you're filling the 22% with a certain amount of batteries, a certain amount of demand response, or a certain amount of CTs, that is not going to have a driving influence on the need for a 22% reserve. So the reserve margin study says, how many extra resources do I need predominantly to deal with abnormal weather, unit outages, and load forecast error? Those are your three main drivers that say, I'm resource planning for weather normal load. I've got to carry 22% reserves because I don't always get weather normal. I don't always get 100% availability of my resources, and my load forecast could be in error, and I need to have adequate reserves to reliably serve customers for those three big driving variables. Demand response is a method of filling that 22% reserve, not a driver of the 22% reserve.
Perfect. That's the clarity I wanted to seek. Thank you so much. Those are all the questions that I have.
So we have a little over 10 minutes before our break. So Ms. Kress, I think that you said that your cross-examination would be about 5 minutes. Is that correct or so?
About 10, and
10?
and I expect that we will go into confidential probably within 5 minutes.
Okay, so the first 5 minutes of the cross will be non-confidential?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's my estimate.
Okay, so let's proceed with Sigur. We will begin with non-confidential session, and then when you tell us that we need to go into confidential session, we will clear the hearing room.
Thank you. Good morning, gentlemen. If you could turn with me to table SPA T16 as well as figure SPA 1-2.
Ms. Chris, do you have page numbers? I'm sorry, I don't have those.
Yes, so the table SPA T16 is in the supplemental planning analysis technical appendix, page 110. I'm sorry, page 17.
What was the second table?
Figure SPA 1-2, which is in the supplemental planning analysis, page 8.
I think I have them both.
Okay, great. So first, explain to us why the companies performed this PSCSC directed no CO2 constraint fall supplemental by 2038 analysis.
Yeah, that was a requirement coming out of the South Carolina Commission order in our prior IRP that requested a sensitivity to do a portfolio optimization with no accounting of carbon in any form, whether that's a carbon tax or a mass cap or any other, just a pure analysis that had no concern for carbon.
Okay, and so comparing the outputs here for the no CO2 constraint South Carolina sensitivity to the P3 fall base, the coal that's going to be taken offline is the same, correct? 8.4 gigawatts?
Yes.
The solar in the P3 fall base is 17.5 gigawatts compared to 2.9 gigawatts in the no carbon constraint sensitivity.
That's correct.
For battery, 6.3 gigawatts in the P3 fall base versus 3.9 gigawatts in the no carbon sensitivity.
Correct.
Any other differences aside from nuclear and offshore wind that you want to note about the no carbon constraint sensitivity?
You had the onshore wind as well. Again, we don't view that sensitivity as in any way applicable in this other than an illustrative, and that it does not comply with North Carolina or South Carolina law in our view, in that it doesn't consider adequately the existing, the need to have balancing factors that we've already begun to speak about in this case and have spoke about extensively in our prior carbon plan.
I would also like to note, there's increases in gas generation too in the no carbon case.
Yeah, it's a good one that it's not on this particular, the amount of gas generation is much greater in the no carbon case.
And if you could now turn with me to table SPA 2-12 on page 30 of the supplemental planning analysis. Is it fair to say this is a table of the general assumptions used as between each different sensitivity that the companies performed?
Yes.
And at the very bottom of this table, it says SPSC, no carbon constraint, fall supplemental. Do you see that?
I see it.
And the only difference as compared to the P3 fall base and the no carbon constraint sensitivity is that there's no CO2 constraint. Do you see that here?
Yes.
And at this time, I will be introducing a confidential exhibit.
Okay, so we're going to go off the record briefly. All persons that are in the hearing room who have not signed a confidentiality or non-disclosure agreement with Sigur will need to leave.
With the companies.
Excuse me, with the companies. Will need to leave the hearing room. And then once the hearing room has been, once we have done that, then we'll go back on the record. We have now come to our lunch break. It's 12:26. We'll come back at 1:30 and continue with the cross-examination at that point. So we'll go off the record. Thank you.
Justine?
Let's go back on the record. And before we get started, are there any preliminary matters that need to be addressed?
Yes, thank you, Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite. It has come to our attention that my request to enter the pre-filed testimony into the record of Mr. Snyder's November 30th supplemental direct was not as precise as it perhaps could have been. So I would just ask to confirm that that has been entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Okay. So your request is granted and the supplemental direct testimony of witness Snyder will be entered into the record as if copied orally from the stand.
Thank you so much.
Okay. And before we get started, I want to provide some more direction about exhibits. I think that we are going to be seeing exhibits that have already been entered into the record referenced for different panels. So if an exhibit has already been entered into the record from a different panel, it's going to get very confusing for us. So please reference the exhibit number and then also the potential cross-examination number as well, so that the commission and others that are following it, we can try to reference it by potential cross and also by the exhibit number. Otherwise, I think it'll be confusing when we're trying to address exhibits that have already been entered into the record. Are there any questions about how to handle exhibits? Okay, with that, let's go ahead and continue. And it looks like it is NC Warren is now up for cross-examination.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you doing today?
Good afternoon, Mr. Quinn.
I got a notebook, Mr. Snyder, right in front of you with some potential cross exhibits that we may go through. Just wanted to call your attention to it. What I'd like to do is start off talking about a little bit about the supplemental planning analysis that sponsored in January of 2024. Okay. So if you could please open up that supplemental planning analysis, and I'm going to have a few questions about it. And first, I'm going to ask if you can please turn to page 4.
I'm there.
So my understanding is generally what we're talking about on page 4 is the extent to which, based on the supplemental modeling, projected peak demand increased.
Yeah. If you have a particular sentence you want me to look at, but yes, we are talking about the increase. Got it.
That's a good way to go about it. I'd like to call your attention to the last line and a half of the first paragraph.
Mr. Quinn, can you pull the microphone closer to you? We're having trouble hearing you.
I'm happy to do it. I'm just not used to anybody ever telling me I am too quiet. So, but I'm happy to do it. Thank you. Yeah, so Mr. Snyder, on page 4, the supplemental planning analysis, it's the first paragraph that I'd like to direct your attention to.
I'm there.
Okay. And there's language right before you get to the bottom line. It begins projected peak. You see that?
I do.
Okay. So what this says is projected peak demand increase in 2033 of over 4,000 megawatts to the 2022 resource planning load forecast baseline. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay. So, I mean, not trying to put words in your mouth, but make sure as a layperson I understand it. Basically, what you're saying is that by 2033, there's an additional increase of 4,000 megawatts relative to 2022 based on this supplemental modeling that was conducted.
Yes, it can be used in 2 ways, and I just want to make sure we're clear.
Yeah.
Okay, so there was, if you look on the following page, on page 5, we have the 2022 CPIRP load forecast as that bottom line. And so we have a significant increase over the 22 IRP. And I just want to make sure that that's what we're looking at, and not the increase over time from 24 forward, right? So they're both happen to be about 4,000 megawatts. But yes, this is a 4,000 megawatt increase from the prior IRP proceeding by 2033.
Okay, gotcha. So then with that kind of 4,000 megawatt number in mind, I'd like to now ask you if you could turn to page 7, please.
I'm on page 7.
All right. And the first sentence after the titles says, the supplemental planning analysis demonstrates that through 2035, approximately 6.8 gigawatts of new and diverse resource additions are required beyond the resources identified in portfolio P3 base in the company's initial plan. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay. So the additional resources that are being added are 6.8 gigawatts, right?
Yes,
And that's 6,800 megawatts.
that's correct.
Okay. But then the additional demand is 4,000 megawatts, right? As we looked at a moment ago.
Yeah, just a couple quick things. Those are, one is, I believe, through 2038, one's through 2033. And then the other thing, as this commission's well aware, is these are just nameplate megawatts. So it's not their capacity equivalent megawatts. So it's, if I have 1,000 megawatts of load growth and I have 1,000 megawatts of solar, it doesn't mean that those are equivalent. Solar only has about a 10% or under 5% equivalent load carrying. So that 1,000 megawatts would only be worth 50 megawatts of capacity for that 1,000 megawatts of load growth. So we're comparing a little bit of apples and oranges here in terms of these are the nameplate additions needed in terms of total resources. And when I say nameplate, just its max capacity whenever it happens to be producing it, as compared to a peak demand increase on the load side. So that's just want to make sure we're not looking at an apples to apples comparison. But yes, those numbers are correct.
Okay. Well, then with those clarities in mind and acknowledging that, the point I'm trying to make is that the additional generation capacity that's being proposed is more than the additional demand that has been modeled out in supplemental modeling, right?
With the caveat that you're comparing a megawatt of a generation resource to a megawatt of demand, and they're not 1-to-1. We understand that.
Yeah, but it is.
They're not there to serve peak, right? The solar is not being added to the system. So I'm adding thousands, tens of thousands of megawatts of solar with almost no contribution to peak. It's there for its energy value, its reduction in gas burns, its carbon-free contributions, but it's not serving that 4,000 megawatts. So you are correct. Your numbers are correct, but we need to understand, I just reiterate, we're comparing two different metrics, but the metrics you quote are right.
Okay. All right. I'm going to switch topics for a second. Duke, would you acknowledge, has experience controlling customer-owned assets through the use of load control devices? Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's fair to say.
So like, for instance, load control devices connected to an HVAC system, Duke has experience controlling, right?
That's fair to say.
Load control devices connected to a thermostat, Duke has experience controlling that as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, technologically, Duke could similarly control, could it not, the battery component of a behind-the-meter storage plus battery, solar plus storage facility?
Yeah, and I'll again sort of invite this question for our grid edge panel. But yes, we have I believe a pilot that's out there looking at, you can direct control through devices where you send signals, or you can send price signals and say to the customer, you have the battery, here's your price signals, behooves you to charge when prices are cheap and perhaps discharge when prices are expensive. And so there's different ways to do it. And I think we have pilots looking into that.
And I mean, understanding that there's a grid edge panel, but just trying to be very, very general just to talk about a modeling issue that I'm leading up to. You understand, sir, do you not, that that battery component of a behind the meter solar plus storage facility can have energy on it or power available on it, even when, say, the sun's not shining?
Yeah, actually, we go into this a bit in rebuttal, so I'll try and stay to the framework of direct. But yeah, batteries in general consume electricity, or they're net consumers. So they take more energy to charge than they can give in a discharge because there's a round trip efficiency loss. But in general, you can take solar during the day, subject to that round trip efficiency loss, and discharge it during a nighttime or early morning hour.
And to the extent that one of these behind the meter battery components of a solar plus storage facility has energy on it, sun shining or not shining, that's something that Duke could, technologically, it can access and it can dispatch to the grid, right?
Subject to, and there'll be a lot of discussion on this throughout the hearing, subject to customer participation and agreement in it. Like today, for example, I don't have a single neighbor I know that owns a battery on their wall, right? So you've got to project how much participation you may be able to get on an emergent market, right? So it's very much subject to the adoption rate of customers in general. And then once they adopt, are they willing to allow the utility to control this asset that they had paid for? So those are things that we're dealing with in the pilot. So I very much think it is a future technology that we will need to check and adjust, because there's a big interest in that industry-wide, but there's also a lot of uncertainty as to what general adoption rate there will be for home batteries.
Okay. So with that in mind about what you can do with the energy stored on a battery, I want to ask you this. Would you agree with me that for purposes of your modeling, the battery storage component of a behind the meter solar plus storage facility was treated as a load modifier only?
Yeah, we looked at time of use rate, the earlier one I described, where customers would respond to their charging of their vehicle through time of use rates and not through a battery program or a charged. I would say, we do have several thousand megawatts of grid edge batteries. And so this could be, in a future check and adjust situation, we come back before this commission in a 25 or a 27 IRP. If that does materialize, perhaps those types of resources might be additive. They might take the place of a central battery that's already in the plan. So they are another potential avenue to bring energy, a finite need for energy storage, onto the system, because there is a finite need for any given resource in the plan. And so you have to look at how would it impact your other storage devices that are already in your plan. So we may see that in the future. I think the grid edge panel testifies that it's just premature at this time.
So I appreciate your answer. I'm not, unless I missed it, I'm not sure I got an answer to my actual question though. I'll try again. My question is the following. When Duke conducted its modeling, behind the meter battery storage was treated as a load modifier, not as a dispatchable resource, right?
To my knowledge, that is correct.
Okay. You could turn, please, to page 29 of the supplemental planning analysis.
I'm there, Mr. Quinn.
All right. Now, were you in the hearing room earlier when I was cross-examining Mrs. Bowman?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall my questions about the generation resources that were added by Duke as a result of its supplemental modeling?
I was there for that.
Okay. Yeah. And
I remember that.
Yeah. Okay. You probably know the numbers off the top of your head anyway. But just like, for instance, there were there was, as a result of the supplemental modeling, an additional 2.7 gigawatts of CCs that were added, right?
Yeah, I'd point out that's two combined cycles, two projects. So we added two combined cycle projects from the original to the second. So that is correct. 2,700 megawatts being CCs 4 and 5.
Now going back to this page 29, I just directed your attention to, you see the very top paragraph entitled Battery Energy Storage.
I do.
Okay. Now, is my understanding correct, based on this language, that the standalone battery storage resources were largely unchanged as a result of the supplemental planning analysis?
Largely, I thought there was a small change. I was looking to witness Thomas here.
On page 29, you're talking about the forecasted battery storage, and there was an increase in that. Or if you're referring to the actual model selected, that will be on a different page.
Okay, gotcha. Well, my question maybe is just a little bit more simple than that. I mean, it's accurate, is it not, that as a result of the supplemental modeling, by and large, there was no change to the battery energy storage, standalone battery energy storage?
Yeah, I think, a couple of quick points there. One is the model didn't select the storage. It had room under the cap, the allowed cap in most years. There was a couple of years in which it bumped up against the cap, but in many years it had availability and it didn't select it. Again, this goes back to this load that we're seeing is tremendous impact peak, but it's double the impact to energy because it's round the clock load. This isn't residential, 50% load factor load. This is nearly 100% load factor load, right? So what the models do is they solve for the mix of resources that meet the energy needs every hour of every day. It's an 8760 model, which is the number of hours in a year for all the years of the planning horizon. And so when you have this incremental load that is needed in every hour of every year, batteries don't provide energy, right? As we just said, they're a net consumer of energy. And so what the model needed and what the system needed was something that can produce energy in every hour of the year, round the clock. And that's why it picked the two additional combined cycles, but did not pick substantially more battery storage.
Okay. Well, I'd like to ask you about that. Is my understanding correct that there's a cap that was used in the amount of battery storage that could be selected?
Yeah, I think I answered a previous question on this. Is we step into an ever increasing cap, and by 2030 or 31,
2030.
By 2030, we get up to 1,000 megawatts a year of allowed battery storage. And as I just testified, that's what the model can pick up to. In all but just a couple of years, it did not select up. So there's one thing to be a cap, and then there's another thing for the cap to be a binding constraint when it does its selection. And in this case, the cap was not a binding constraint except for just a couple of years in the modeling.
You know how many years?
I think 2 within the 15-year planning horizon.
Okay. All right. So for 2 years during that planning horizon, the model would have selected more battery storage than what is reflected in Duke's plan because of a cap that was imposed on the model. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I would just point out there's a cap on just about every resource. So I have a cap on combined cycles. I have a cap on the number of CTs that can be built before I need firm transmission. I have a cap on the number of nuclear plants that can be built in any time horizon. Same for wind and offshore wind. So this concept of a cap is not unique to batteries. It is a estimation of what's reasonable in the marketplace to be interconnected across each and every technology type. So yes, it was.
I would just add one thing. It doesn't necessarily mean that if it hit the cap, it would pick more. I would not agree to that statement.
Okay. Well, if you could turn to page 26, please, of the same document, supplemental planning analysis.
You said page 23.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I may have, but I meant to say page 26.
I am there.
Okay. And on page 26, there's a section entitled standalone energy storage, right?
I see it.
Okay. And in this section, there's a discussion of the caps imposed upon the model on standalone battery storage, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so for instance, the cap for 2027 was 200 megawatts, right?
200 megawatts above what's already forecasted in the plan. So we do have some megawatts that are forecasted of batteries. This is the amount of incremental that could be chosen by the model in 27.
Now the cap reflected 200 megawatts for 2027 for battery storage. That would be less than the cap for, I think you gave an example among others of natural gas.
No, it's actually much greater than the cap of natural gas because I don't allow any new natural gas in 2027.
Well,
The earliest natural gas I allow to come online is 2029. So I have a zero ability to select new gas in 27.
and what's the cap? What's the first cap number for natural gas?
We allow one combined cycle in DEP starting in 2029. They can pick a second combined cycle in 2030. And then we limit it to 2 combined cycles in any given year, up to a total cap of 6 cumulatively in the model, starting in 2031.
My understanding, and this was discussed in here on page 26, but my understanding is one of the reasons Duke has given for this cap on battery storage is uncertainty about being able to get enough technology. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I will give a high level answer and direct maybe to the renewable and storage panel, but there are, I think we've all seen significant supply chain issues right now in the industry for batteries. There's a lot of federal consternation around sources of supply, and so that has caused there to be some concern with how much battery storage you can add in the near term, and I will defer to my fellow panelists on the renewable and storage panel to elaborate on that.
All right, so then I won't go into too many details, but I do want to then, in light of that answer, ask you about one exhibit. If you could turn to NC Warren et al.'s potential cross exhibit 10.
I'm there, Mr. Quinn.
Okay. Are you familiar with the United States Energy Information Administration?
I certainly am.
And is it a credible organization?
It is a credible organization.
Okay.
Mr. Quinn, can you identify, let's go ahead and mark for identification purposes, the exhibit, potential cross exhibit 10.
Yes, I thank you very much for that. And I apologize for the misstep on my part. I would like to identify this document as NC Warren et al. Modeling Panel Cross Exhibit 1.
It will be so marked. Let me correct the identification again. NC Warren et al. Cross IRP and near-term actions plan, direct and supplemental exhibit 1.
Thank you. So, Mr. Snyder, we're looking at an article from EIA, correct?
You are.
Okay. And you see this article by EIA references the United States battery storage capacity is expected to nearly double in 2024, right?
Yeah, this article does say it's expected to double. It's worth pointing out, it goes from an extremely, extremely small number to just a extremely small number.
Well, I mean, this report or this analysis by EIA doesn't seem consistent, sir, with Duke's position that there's going to be problems getting battery technology in the near term, does it?
I would say it actually probably underpins and definitely supports. I mean, you're looking at 15 gigawatts of batteries in 2023 across the entirety of the nation. We are one state, you know, and this was before some of the supply chain issues had come upon us on the date of this report. And so we're growing to a gigawatt a year, which would be 7% of the nation's total supply, according to this, which to me, you know, we're one state out of 50. That's a pretty good representation that we're serious about batteries, that we are committing to, you know, a level of batteries that is, you know, commensurate with the industry size. So I don't know that this underpins, yes, it's growing and we're growing our batteries. I mean, we're way more than doubling. I mean, we have 2,700 megawatts of batteries in our near-term action plan with today, you know, very little in the ground today. So we're taking batteries very serious. We're growing them at a reasoned but aggressive pace. And I think that, you know, if you look at 2,700 megawatts that we're committing to, that's a pretty good chunk of batteries, given that what they're showing here is a projection for the entire nation.
I got no further questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay, NCSEA, I believe, is next.
Thank you. My colleague Ethan Blumenthal is just going to provide the exhibit numbers first. We've got two.
Signing. I'm delegating.
Great, thank you. And if possible, could we turn to the direct testimony of Snyder, B, and Passy? And just for my benefit, are you looking at your July 22nd version or the September 1st in front of you? Just so I could get the right page reference.
That is a good question. And I'm sorry, you want the direct testimony or the
Yes,
supplemental?
The direct testimony.
That's what I have, September 1st.
version? Okay, can you turn to page 43 then?
I'm there.
Great, thank you. On lines 1 through 7, the testimony discusses the results of the 13 portfolio variance and 10 sensitivity analysis portfolios, and they support the company's all of the above strategy for, quote, executing on the continued energy transition in the Carolinas to serve growing customer needs and reliably retire and replace coal-fired generation assets, correct?
Yes.
To set the parameters of what all the above means in the portfolio analysis, is all the above meant to be an extensive list of selectable resources, but not an exhaustive list?
Yeah, I think it's meant to mean the resources that were modeled within the framework that we looked at, that this picked a representative mix of all of those. But it's certainly not every technology that exists in the marketplace.
Okay, so for example, regarding selectable resources, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission's approved AP 1000 design for a nuclear generating facility was not a selectable resource.
No, it was not in this plan.
And the companies are knowledgeable that the last nuclear project that was constructed and reached operation in the United States is in fact an AP 1000.
That is correct.
And given that a AP 1000 has been constructed and reached operation first, Duke would accept that there would be a second mover if they pursued an AP 1000.
There would be a second move.
Great. And additionally, referring selectable resources, the model did not have an aggregation of distributed energy resources as a selectable resource.
That is a nuanced question, so I'm going to take a minute on that one. So we had over 2,000 megawatts, I think closer to 3,000 megawatts by the end of the planning horizon of incremental new grid edge resources in the plan. This gets back to the comment that I made earlier about selectable by the model versus forecasted and input into the model. So much like EE, and there was a lot of discussion again in the first case on this, is you don't put it in the model, like you can pick a generic number of them. There's a forecasted amount of energy efficiency based on a market potential study, customer adoption rates, all that's got its own docket. That becomes an input into the load forecast. Distributed resources that are dispatchable become a forecast of how much demand side management do we think we can achieve based on the experience of our grid edge team and on long-term studies. Then we put that into the model as a significant contributor. I think we use the term shrink the challenge in the 2022 plan, where you do that first. And so we put in what we believe are, if you remember in the EE dockets, you go from a technical potential to an economic potential to an achievable potential. And then you put those achievable levels in your resource plan as something you're counting on that's going to help you build less supply side resources. And so that was done consistently in that docket, which this commission agreed with, as well as in this docket, where we put in aggressive, but we believe achievable levels of grid edge resources that the model is counting on. And but for those resources, we would need more resources. And if those resources don't show up, we are going to be deficient reliability. So we take it very serious. It's just not a selectable. I can't just generically say I want 500 or 1,000 or 2,000 or 3,000 of this resource, because it's not a generic resource like that. It's very much a customer oriented resource that's dependent upon customer adoption rates that lend itself to the process we use.
Thank you. Great. Now, can we go to the Carolinas Resource Plan, Chapter 3 portfolios?
The original or sub, I'm sorry, the original plan.
The original. I'm going down in a timeline, so.
Gotcha. I am to that chapter.
Awesome. Can you go to page 13, please?
I'm on 13.
Great. In the middle of the only paragraph on that page, it reads, the capacity expansion model did not select offshore wind in the 2030s in the core portfolio for Pathway 3, P3 base. However, offshore wind was selected in several portfolio variants, demonstrating the value of offshore wind can provide in the mid-2030s under varying market conditions described below to reduce exposure to fuel availability and prices while providing carbon reductions, correct?
That is correct.
Great. On page 15.
There.
We are looking at the low onshore wind variant and the low solar generation variant, correct? In one of those bullets.
Yes.
Great. And in both the low onshore wind and low solar generation, 800 megawatts of offshore wind was selected by the model by 2034.
That is correct.
Great. Can you also read the last sentence in that section of page 15, starting with these results underscore?
Sorry, which paragraph are you?
Still in the low onshore wind.
These results underscore the importance of a diverse resource mix, highlighting the value of adding wind, which can generate energy overnight and on winter mornings to complement a solar-rich system.
Thank you. And on that same page, can you also read the bolded bullet heading for the next section?
Offshore wind would be needed to provide energy and support system reliability in a future with tighter constraints on gas supply.
Thank you. And moving along to page 16. In that same paragraph of the heading you just read, I'm going to call it the low gas supply sensitivity. The model selects 800 megawatts of offshore wind by 2034.
Correct.
Thank you. The next bullet the bolded bullet heading reads, advanced nuclear offshore wind is required to achieve the interim target by 2035, correct?
That is the bullet.
Yep. And in that low advanced nuclear scenario, meaning no new advanced nuclear until 2037, 1,600 megawatts of offshore wind is selected to help meet the interim target by Duke's compliance timeline.
That is correct.
Thank you. Can we now move to page 18, please?
I'm there.
Great, thank you. I am looking at the section titled High and Low Load Growth Cases. And indicated in that section, in the high future load growth case, the model selected 1,600 megawatts of offshore wind by 2034, correct?
Correct.
Could we please next go to page 22?
I'm there.
Great. And I will spend more time on this in rebuttal, but just for how it's presented in the Chapter 3 portfolios. Can you read the paragraph, fifth down, starting with in the first case?
Just give me 1 second to see the context where I'm reading here.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is the EPA Clean Air Act Section 111 proposed rule. And the first case is limiting the capacity factors for new natural gas units.
Thank you. In the first case, the model required significant incremental and accelerated resources to meet forecasted customer energy needs, requiring 1,600 megawatts of offshore wind by 2032 and a fourth CC by 2035, both of which exceed assumed resource availability for pathway 2 and 3. In addition to exceeding base case resource availability, the capacity limitation case added 3.9 billion to the PVRR through 2050 relative to the P3 base.
Thank you. And these sensitivities and these variants, they are to project potential needs under different circumstances in the future that are not relevant at this time, but potential outcomes.
Yeah, they were.
Thanks. So despite identifying all the scenarios that there's potential needs, the companies believe that they could effectively check and adjust and have optionality on offshore wind because P3 base planning period did not select offshore wind till a later year outside of the planning horizon.
That is correct.
But since Chapter 3 was filed last summer, at least two of the variants the company identified are now contextually real-world scenarios, meaning the high load growth case and the Clean Air Act Section 11 rules being finalized.
That is correct, with the small stipulation that the finalized rules are slightly different, but agree with you in concept.
Great. Mr. Snyder, can we actually now move to your November 30th supplemental testimony?
Yes, sir.
And it was this filing that updated parties of the updated 2023 fall load forecast, correct?
Yes.
On page 9, can you do us a favor and read lines 3 through 11, please?
The one that starts with increased and accelerated?
Yeah, you could actually start at the sentence, given that the updated 2023.
Given that the updated 2023 fall load forecast is above the high load case sensitivity, it is reasonable to assume that the updated 2023 fall load forecast will drive the need for new supply side resources across all available technologies to an extent greater amounts are executable, consistent with the all of the above approach reflected in the initial near-term action plan.
Great. And effectively, this supplemental direct testimony is what acknowledged that we are more likely than not heading towards the high load growth case. Correct?
Yeah, above the high load growth case.
Above, thank you. In that passage you just read, the phrase, to the extent greater amounts are executable on lines 6 and 7. Is it fair to say that the more advanced notice and early preparations completed to interconnect new supply side resources will help improve the execution of the carbon plan?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase it? I may have missed that. a
Yeah.
little bit.
I'll try again. Is it fair to say that more advanced notice and early preparations completed to interconnect new supply side resources will help improve the execution of the carbon plan IRP?
I believe so. I think
Okay.
just,
So contextually, that's more or less why the company filed the supplemental testimony of yourself to approximately start making plans earlier to react to that updated 2023 load forecast.
yes.
So, thank you. And then if we can go to page 10 and read lines 22, continuing on through page 11 through line 6, please.
I'll just start on the beginning. In light of the likely need for incremental resources as demonstrated by the company's high load case sensitivity filed with the CPIRP, the companies are considering a range of potentially accelerated actions due to the increased load forecast, including the accelerated deployment of customer programs, utility scale storage, and new natural gas resources in both North Carolina and South Carolina, as well as further actions to continue exploration of the potential for offshore wind generation located off the coast of North Carolina. This is consistent with and builds upon the need for an all of the above approach to resource additions as outlined in the company's plan and in prior IRPs.
Thank you. So as of approximately November 30th, 2023, the companies had an idea that offshore wind was going to play a larger role in its portfolios.
Yeah, previous sensitivities would have said that it was confirmed with our filing.
Thank you. At this point, I'd like to move to the supplemental testimony filed on January 31st.
I'm there.
Great, thank you. And can we go to page 16, please?
I'm on page 16.
Lines 22 and 23, the supplemental planning analysis concluded that reaching the interim target by 2035 will require the addition of both advanced nuclear and offshore wind resources to the portfolio.
Correct.
Thank you. And at the very bottom of page 19, line 13 through page 20, carrying on to the top of page 20, it reads, by 2035, 2.4 gigawatts of offshore wind capacity is selected and provides significant volumes of carbon-free generation with a production profile complementary to that of solar, diversifying the renewable portfolio. Correct?
That's correct.
Thanks. Great. And then on page 29 of this testimony, please.
I am there.
Great. Starting on line 21 with the sentence beginning, I'll just read it. Under the supplemental planning analysis, offshore wind is selected in all P3 cases, including the company's recommended portfolio P3 fall base.
That is correct.
Great. And continuing on from that passage, it says, accordingly, the execution plan has been updated to reflect further activity to gather more information that would be used to inform the acquisition structure, cost, and scale of offshore wind resources located off the coast of North Carolina in the next comprehensive resource plan.
Yes.
So to summarize, the Carolinas resource plan as initially filed in August 17, 2023, offshore wind was a potentially needed resource. Correct.
Correct.
And by the updated fall 2023 fall load forecast, offshore wind was selected in all P3 cases.
Yes.
And P3 is the company's preferred portfolio.
That is correct.
Great, thank you. Okay, and then can we now go to the actual supplemental planning analysis, please?
Yes.
Next. And can we go to page 53?
I'm there.
Can you read that last full paragraph, starting with given, please?
Given the expected timeline to execute the RFE and obtain further necessary approvals, it will likely not be possible to achieve a 2033 in-service date for the first 800 megablocks of offshore wind as currently modeled in P3 fall base. However, a 2034 in-service date may be achievable, assuming proposed NTAP actions progress.
Great, thank you. And now, can the gentleman with volume 3 of NCSEA's potential cross-examination exhibits, volume 3. Volume 3. Can you please flip to tab 158? It should be at the very back.
Jeez.
I think we're there.
Okay, thanks. Presiding Commissioner, we would like to pre-marked NCSEA potential cross-exhibit 158 as NCSEA cross IRP and near-term actions panel direct exhibit 1.
It will be so marked. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Snyder, can you confirm that this is Duke Energy's response to public staff's data request 52.2?
I think 53.2. Is what?
Yes, 53.2. My mistake. I'm sorry. And question A reads, how will the companies ensure that the cost estimates from the ARFI will be reasonably binding, i.e. would not be significantly changed if and when a contract is executed, and that the costs will not be stale in the next CPIRP filing? Can you read the response to question A, please?
Response was the companies will primarily rely on the shared incentive of the offshore wind developers to provide the most accurate information possible to assist the commission in its further consideration.
Thank you. And can you also read the response to question B, which relates to whether the ARFI will lead to some sort of binding development contract?
There are a range of outcomes that could occur over the course of or at the conclusion of the RFE, and the companies decline to speculate on all such potential outcomes. The companies will prudently evaluate what steps should be taken at the conclusion of the RFE, adhering to any guidance provided by the Commission. However, at this time, the companies are not contemplating that a binding development contract would be executed at the conclusion of the RFE.
Thank you. If there is no binding procurement or process shortly after the end of the ARFI, what prevents these costs from going stale and this process needs to be repeated in future carbon plan IRPs?
And again, I'm going to defer to our long lead time panel for the real details on this, but I think it's a matter of progression. We went from a more generic RFI to an acquisition that gets into contractual, or I envision it will get into contractual terms, conditions, indemnifications, credit, the things of that nature, which is a long way down the path. And even in binding contracts, there's often price reopeners that occur throughout a long-lived asset such as this. Again, we're talking a very significant commitment, probably the single largest project in the whole CPIRP in terms of a single project. So I think moving it in appropriate phases and getting past, are there any potential deal breakers where, there's a finite number of wind developers that they may or may not want to accept certain risks, and this commission may or may not want them to accept those risks. All that will be fleshed out through an RFE project process in a way that the original RFI wasn't. And then potentially, could there be, price reopeners under, inflation indexes or changing market conditions, that certainly could be a potential, but this would be a big advancement from the structure, in my understanding, that was done for the original, just more general RFI.
Thank you. At this time, in NCSEA's potential cross-examination exhibits, volume 3, can you now go to tab 155, please?
I'm at 155.
Thank you. Presiding Commissioner, at this time, NCSEA would like to mark NCSEA potential cross-exhibit 155 as NCSEA Cross IRP and Near-Term Actions Panel Direct Exhibit 2.
Will be so marked. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Snyder, can you confirm, and let me get it right this time, that this is Duke Energy's response to public staff's data request 3120?
Yes, this is 3120.
Thank you. And this question is asking about development activities and what processes the companies have requested relief from the commission.
That
Can
is
you just
correct.
read this response into the record, please?
The entirety of the response? I can.
Yeah, you could go to the first 4 full lines would be enough.
Okay. The companies are pursuing development activities across all available resources in furtherance of its plan. In implementing the carbon plan approved by the commission and this plan and future plans approved by the commission, the companies believe that it is appropriate and reasonable for the commission to provide specific pre-approval for certain development activities.
Thank you. And the companies believe that the ARFI was one of those processes that needed commission approval.
That is correct.
Great. Okay, apologies for the adventure. Can we now go to volume 1, tab 17 of NCSA's potential exhibits?
Are you volume 1? Yes. 17?
17, please.
Thank you. I'm there.
Great. Presiding Commissioner, NCSA would like to ask for judicial notice of NCSA's potential cross-exhibit 17. It is the Commission's order denying the public staff's motion to expedite offshore wind acquisition request for information as filed on May 6th, 2024.
The commission will take judicial notice. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Snyder, can you, this exhibit, I believe I tabbed for you with a pink flag. It is Commissioner Hughes's dissent.
I see the dissent.
Thank you. Can you read the portions of this, starting with, I would not have issued an order, please?
I would not have issued an order that directed Duke to do this study, but was willing to go on the record acknowledging that I believe it is reasonable for Duke to proceed with the ARFI on an expedited basis, just as I think it is reasonable for Duke and the parties to be continually considering and carrying out information gathering efforts on a wide range of topics. Given the pace of change in the energy sector, it seems reasonable that parties would not stop their information and planning activities for the extended time periods between when the Duke petition was filed and the statutory deadline for plan approval. What seems unreasonable is that the parties would find the need to come to the commission to direct every information gathering effort done at this time.
Thank you. And given the shared incentive as identified in the previous exhibit between offshore wind developers and Duke, couldn't the companies have found out some of the information identified as part of the ARFI process since November 30th, 2023 and now?
I wouldn't say that that's the case. I think the companies appropriately came to the commission and asked if it was in the interest to do this now or to wait until the conclusion of this proceeding. And we're told that it is appropriate at the conclusion of this proceeding to have a direction on that. And we've agreed that that is, appropriate action to take.
Right, but also some of this information, though, could have been informally gathered through bilateral conferences or communications or negotiations with the offshore wind developers, correct?
Potentially.
Potentially. And the ARFI, as proposed, we don't need to get into this DIP or rebuttal at this time, as described in your testimony, is a non-binding process, correct?
Yes.
And would some of those calls, negotiations that could have been between now and November 30th and today also been informal, non-binding processes to collect some of this information?
Yeah, theoretically, I mean, a lot of times the commission does like to see a structured process and not an unstructured process. So stakeholder involvement, third-party evaluator, formal meetings that are attended by, noticed and attended. So, I think it's not always the case where individual bilateral is something that is consistent with processes that the commission might want.
Right. But there's a shared interest there to get the best information before the commission between the companies and developers.
Yes.
Great. Nevertheless, the companies view the acquisition request for information as a reasonable step towards compliance towards HB 951, correct?
Correct.
And the ARFI does not represent the universe of all reasonable steps available for offshore wind, correct? It's just one.
It is one reasonable step.
Okay. So if the commission finds that certain additional early development activities for offshore wind beyond the ARFI are reasonable steps towards achieving compliance with HB 951, would the commission have the authority to make that determination?
That calls for legal.
Fair. Okay. I'll just move on. And then, but if the commission does give a directive to the companies will follow.
Yes.
Great. Thank you. I have no further questions.
And before we move on to the next cross-examination, I want to make a correction for how we're going to be labeling these exhibits. So when everyone makes their motions at the end, we're going to call it cross IRP and near-term actions panel direct and then and supplemental. So let's be clear for the record that it is direct and supplemental. So with that, I believe it's SACE is up next.
Thank you, Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite. At this time, my colleague, I think, is going to help with notebooks. Mr. Jimenez, thank you. And while he does that, as Mr. Breitschwert alluded to earlier, we would, per agreement with the companies, ask to mark as a exhibit an excerpt from what had been SACE et al. Potential cross exhibit 1, which was the 30B6 deposition earlier referenced, that will include the agreed upon excerpts where Mr. Quinto provided the response plus 11 exhibits. We would ask that to be marked as SACE et al. Cross IRP/NTAP direct and supplemental exhibit 1.
And Mr. Neal, for a clarification about this, is SACE planning to, when is SACE going to be filing this exhibit with the commission? If you can remind the commission.
Yes, we would plan to file that later today or first thing tomorrow. It's again, it's been shared with Duke and they've agreed to the portions that are appropriate for this purpose.
Okay, so we will mark it as SACE et al. Cross IRP and near-term actions panel direct and supplemental exhibit 1. And then we will, just as a matter of process, we will hold off on any motion to have it admitted into the record until after it's been filed with the commission. So you could make that motion in the morning, either at the end of this panel's testimony, or if they've already concluded, you can make it before as a procedural matter or preliminary matter as we get started.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Neal.
It's good to see you again. I want to start with carbon emissions. And if I could, just to set the stage, you would agree that the approach that Duke took was P3 was designed to hit the 70% carbon emissions requirement in 2035, P2 by 2033, and P1 by 2030, correct?
Correct.
And if I'd like to turn your attention to figure 3-11 from chapter 3 portfolios. If it's easier, it's in the notebook I just handed you as potential SACE et al. Potential cross-exam exhibit 10, which does not need to be marked as a hearing exhibit.
And which figure?
It's figure 3-11 from chapter 3 of the original filing on page 28 of chapter 3.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. I'm there.
And so you, just to orient us, this is the figure 3-11 annual carbon dioxide emissions by core portfolio combined Carolina system. And you would agree that figure 3-11 shows overall carbon dioxide pollution peaking at around 2025, 2026 at about 41 million tons per year before beginning to decline under the originally filed portfolios.
Yes.
And the gap between the green line for P3 at the top and the dark blue line for P1 base, you would agree that's in between those lines is the additional carbon pollution that you would expect to see from P3 versus P1 over that time period.
That is a correct statement.
And you would agree that that gap persists past 2035.
Yes.
All right. And did Duke prepare a chart like figure 3-11 for the supplemental portfolios based on the fall 2023 load forecast?
Not to my knowledge.
Yes,
No, we did not.
Okay, thank you. I didn't see one either. So turning your attention, well, before I go there, you would agree that to produce a chart like this, you could turn to the company's production cost output files, and there's a tab called resource annual emissions, and that would show the anticipated total tons of carbon pollution from each source for each year of the planning period.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, turning your attention to SACE et al. Potential cross exhibit 12, which should be in the exhibit notebook that my colleague handed y'all. We would ask that SACE et al. Potential cross exhibit 12 be marked SACE et al. Cross IRP NTAP direct supplemental exhibit 2.
It will be so marked. Thank you.
Now, to orient you, this at the bottom of the page, we show the source for this material, which are those production cost output files, resource annual emissions tab. And do you see where we've pulled those annual carbon dioxide emissions from those 3 supplemental portfolios, P1, P2, and P3, into this chart?
I do.
And again, recognizing that there's no way for you in the hearing room to.
Subject to check, I'll agree that these are representative of what you say they are.
Okay, thank you. And just another note on P1 at the bottom of the page, the output file that we used includes the notation with reliability CTs. Am I right that means that's the P1 fall supplemental after going through SERVM to make sure that the portfolio meets the 0.165 reliability metric or the 1 day in 10 years loss of load expectation?
Yes.
Again, so with the caveat that you've given about assuming that the data was transferred accurately from the resource annual emissions tab, you would agree that P3 fall would emit nearly 140 million tons more cumulative carbon pollution than P1 fall out to 2050.
Yeah, subject to check on that. I think, your percentage off to the right is an interesting one, which is it's 18%. And, it is a balancing factor, right? We heard a lot of discussion earlier this morning around what is all reasonable steps, what are the balancing factors on executability, on risk, on cost. And, P1, well, not executable, higher risk, higher cost, would have a theoretic lower 18% lower over the life while we all converge at net zero at 50. There would be this 18% in sort of a theoretical modeling perspective. But again, I just point out that, we've spent a lot of time talking about the inexecutability and the risk and the cost of P1. And so it is a balancing factor, and this helps to crystallize in that theoretical modeling what the benefits on a theoretical side would be of that risk would be an 18% greater reduction in carbon over the life of the plant.
And I'm glad you hold attention to the percentage difference. My ability to create Excel spreadsheets may be limited, but we'll let the numbers speak for themselves. But in terms of absolute numbers, we've agreed that the P3 is going to continue to emits more carbon pollution than P1 based on your output files.
That is a fair assumption.
And now turning your attention to SACE et al. Potential cross-exam Exhibit 11, which we would ask to be marked SACE et al. Cross IRP and TAP Direct Supplemental Cross Exhibit 3.
It will be so marked.
This was our attempt to reproduce Figure 3-11, but using the data from the company's output files for the supplemental P1, P2, and P3 based on the fall 2023 load forecast. So you would agree that compared to Figure 3-11, Duke's for all three portfolios is showing that the peak in annual carbon pollution comes a bit later, like around 2027, than it did for the originally filed portfolios.
Correct.
And that again, that the under P3, the power plants in the plan would emit more cumulative carbon pollution even after 2035 than P1 or P2.
Correct.
And Duke also reported the anticipated annual tons of sulfur oxide pollution and nitrogen oxide pollution in its Encompass production cost output files in the resource annual emissions tab. Isn't that right?
I'm pretty sure we did.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And if we turn back to cross exhibit 2, there's a second page, which is the potential cross exhibit 12. I'm not sure if you're in the right notebook. Oh, but sorry. I was using the hearing exhibit designation, potential cross-examine exhibit 12, which has been now marked as SACE et al. Cross exhibit 2 for purposes of the hearing. The second page of that. And again,
there,
yes.
the two small boxes.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. Sorry for that confusion.
No, all good.
So back to potential cross-examined exhibit 12. The second page of that exhibit again shows the cumulative, not year by year, but the cumulative sulfur oxide pollution between P3 and P1. And before you note the percentage difference, again, I think that should be have a minus sign to show a percent lower as opposed to just a general percent difference. But do you see what I'm talking about here?
I do.
And that it shows about 30,700 tons more sulfur oxide pollution than P1.
Subject to check. Again, I've not been able to go back check the math, but we'll leave that subject to check that was done correctly.
And that the cumulative nitrogen oxide emissions are about 60,000 tons higher under P3 as compared to P1, with all your caveats, recognizing all the caveats you've already given.
Yes, and again, with all the caveats.
All right, switching gears to PVRR. I think this can be relatively quick. You would agree that Duke included a 20% capital cost adder for resources selected in P1.
Yes.
And that 20% capital cost adder was not the result of a precise analysis.
No, it was not.
And is Duke aware, Duke's not aware of any other utility that's assumed an across the board 20% capital cost adder to any resource portfolio?
I would caveat by saying I'm not aware of any utility that attempted to model an inexecutable level of resources in such a short time frame that would necessitate the addition of the 20% cost adder. We were simply trying to reflect the fact that in addition to being inexecutable from a supply chain, interconnection, labor, resource availability, that an attempt to go do so would basically mean you take everything at any price, right? And so when asked, have we known of any other utility to do this? The answer is no, we don't, but I also don't know anyone that attempted to put this many renewables onto their system, take all the offshore wind by 2030, assuming you could even execute it, which means you don't go for bids, you just take it. Because there's only one out there that could even potentially be there by 30. You don't go for bids for solar. You take whatever projects come your way, and that's going to have a cost premium. And we did not have a precise study. It was actually put in the plan to highlight the fact that there would be not just a execution challenge, but there'd be an economic penalty for attempting to move at a pace, scope, and scale that quickly, as outlined in E-1.
And that 20% cost adder, though, was added for the entire time period of the planning analysis, all the way out to 2050 for P1.
Yeah, I mean, we could have done 50% cost adder by 2030 and then nothing beyond 2030, something of that nature. But we did not try to get that precise. We just said there would be a economic penalty. It's basic econ 101. You have a supply curve and a demand curve, and if you want greater volumes on your supply curve, you've got to pay a higher price. And so we just tried to reflect that in a somewhat generic manner to highlight this economic reality that you can't just use generic cost assumptions and assume that those are good at any volume and over any short time frame.
And other states have carbon emissions requirements as well, correct? North Carolina is not unique in that regard.
We are not unique. We are unique in my mind in terms of the P1, the volumes needed over such a short period of time. I mean, the volumes now are significantly, we spent a lot of time already in this hearing about when the legislation was passed, we did not envision this level of energy demand on the system by 2030. All of these conditions that are transpired both in the original plan and in the supplemental plan have transpired since the legislation. And so I think this just reflects that a strict adherence to 2030 has other issues when it comes to all reasonable steps beyond just execution risk. There's an economic risk as well, and that's what the 20% tried to reflect.
All right, switching gears to attrition. I have a couple questions. If you can turn to SACE Potential Cross Exhibit 29. And this, we would ask to be marked SACE et al. Cross IRP NTAP Direct and Supplemental Exhibit 4.
Yes, number 4. It
This
will be so marked.
Thank you. This is Duke's response to CBA's data request 3-2.
Mr. Neal, I apologize for interrupting. What was the number again of your proposed exhibit?
It was proposed exhibit, potential exhibit 29.
Thank you.
Do you have that?
I do.
And so this is a question about how Duke, what it anticipated for future attrition of solar procurement and how it handled that. And as I read the response, is it fair to say that Duke assumed a 24% attrition rate, so it added 24% more megawatts of solar than the model selected for each year, 2024, 2025, and 2026 RFPs?
Yeah, I think it's saying if this level of attrition, contracts that drop out after they've been selected and originally accepted, then there is a level of procurement that you would potentially pursue above on the procurement side than what you might see on the model. So you're allowing procurements to be in excess of what you might expect to be online to account for attrition.
And again, just to make sure I understand, was it a 1-to-1 that you added 24% to the volume you're trying to procure in 24, 25, and 26? Because I couldn't get the numbers to add up, so I just felt like I was misreading it.
It was 24% of the 45% that was PPAs. It was not 24% of the entire procurement.
Thank you for that clarification. I'm sorry to do discovery on cross, but I had trouble reading that. And is now Duke procures solar through the same CPRE kind of RFP process? I mean, the Duke owned solar comes through the same process, correct?
Yeah, but I guess what we're saying is we do not account for our own, like if we accept a transfer, a build own transfer, it's within our control, not to have attrition. Like we're doing it at a transactable level that we believe is reasonable, and we would not, project that we would back out of those. And that's what we've seen with some of the PPAs is some of those have backed out.
Thank you for the clarification. All right, winter planning reserve margins, the next topic. Just to set the stage, you'd agree that the winter planning reserve margin is expressed as a percentage of system net peak demand, correct?
Yes.
And so an oversimplified example, if a utility's winter peak demand was 10,000 megawatts and its winter planning reserve margin is set to 10%, recognizing just to make the numbers easy, it would need 1,000 megawatts of reserve capacity.
Yes.
And in absolute terms, then, you would agree that as peak load increases, the total number of megawatts of reserve margin capacity is going to go up, even if the percentage stays the same.
Correct.
And so, for example, if Duke's planning reserve margin remained at 17%, but its winter peak load went up by, let's just say, 2,000 megawatts, you would need additional reserve capacity to even just to maintain the 17% planning reserve margin.
Yes.
All right. And you would agree that Duke did not take the results of the most recent 2023 Astrape resource adequacy study and decide to plan around meeting a 22% winter planning reserve margin like right away.
Yeah, I mean, we built into the plan the fact that it takes time to grow into an increased reserve margin. We just talked about all the resource constraints that we have. So we, on a long range planning, we recognize that we won't be able to get to 22% overnight. We're going to have to construct those resources that are necessary to get us to 22%. And there is a timeline in which that's going to have to occur. So yes, it's not going to happen tomorrow. So we built in moving from our 17%, 1% a year starting in 2027, so that by 2031, we get to the 22%.
And in your initial filing, you were going to hit that 22% winter planning reserve margin in 2029.
Yes, there are more resources. We're in agreement here,
yes.
Mr. Neal.
And
with higher load, it's going to take more time.
And so by the same token, you just talked about how you decided to shift that to 2031. By the same token, Duke could have chosen to grow into that proposed reserve margin by 2032.
Yeah, I think what we're trying to do is match what we thought were reasonable resource availability and execution parameters with how quickly we could get there. Taking into account, we do spell out in the plan a lot of more immediate system upgrades, projects that we can do to get more capacity out of the system. But then, when you still can't get to the 22% with existing system improvements, we're trying to get there as quickly as possible, but in a reasoned manner.
And again, don't know quite how to address this. Maybe Presiding Commissioner Kemmerer, I think that was an example of just a yes or no question. You're welcome, obviously, to give any answer you'd like, but it would, to the extent I'm trying to ask simple questions, to the extent we can keep the answers briefer, it'll help us move along if
Okay.
if that's appropriate.
We took a reasoned approach.
If I can turn your attention to the supplemental planning analysis appendix. There's SPA T10 and T11, which are at page 11 and 12 of the technical appendix for the supplemental planning analysis.
I am there, Mr. Neal.
Thank you. So you would agree this, among other things, this table shows for T3 fall base, initially SPA T-10 for DEC, near the bottom at line 36, it shows the actual reserve margin that you would anticipate hitting in these different years.
Yes.
So that should be at page 11 of the appendix, supplemental planning appendix. And so if you look with me at, for example, 2035 for Duke Energy Carolinas, you would agree that Duke is showing hitting a 36.8% reserve margin by 2035.
Yes.
And if you scroll down to the next table at T-11, same thing, it shows different reserve margins across time, and it's showing about a 31% planning reserve margin in DEP by 2035.
Yes.
All right. I have some questions, switching gears from planning reserve margin to batteries. I recognize you've had a long Q&A with Mr. Quinn already about batteries, and I'm trying to kind of hone in on some more specifics. If it's fair to say that Duke does its best to keep up with trends in the market development for utility resources, including utility scale batteries.
Yes.
And are you aware that California and Texas have installed higher volumes of utility scale batteries than other states up to this point?
Yeah, subject to check, I am aware that they are a couple of the leading states in that.
And if I could turn your attention to SACE et al. Potential cross-exam exhibit 5. It's, we would ask to be marked as SACE et al. Cross IRP NTAP direct supplemental exhibit 5.
That's correct, Exhibit 5. It will be so marked.
Lined up. Thank you. This is an article from the New York Times dated May 7th, 2024, titled "Giant Batteries Are Transforming the Way the U.S. Uses Electricity." Just turning your attention to I put some little stickies just to help direct you. The third paragraph, can you just read this summary of how batteries, where it says batteries play a pivotal role in California's grid or electric grid?
Those batteries play a pivotal role in California's electric grid, partially replacing fossil fuels in the evening between 7 and 10 p.m. On April 30th, for example, batteries supplied more than 1/5 of California's electricity, and for a few minutes pumped out 7,000 megawatts of electricity, akin to the output from 7 large nuclear reactors.
And you're familiar with the term the duck curve, correct?
I am.
And you would agree that that's, simply put, referencing the steep ramp that's required in electric grids when the sun's gone, that have a lot of solar capacity, and the sun goes down, and there's a steep ramp up required in other generating resources to meet that demand.
Yeah, to be clear, the duck curve is used for summer generally. It's generally not a term used for winter, but yes, it is the net load curve when you look at solar being net out of load and you have the sun going down, people coming home from work, it's still hot out, so load ramps really high in the evening, both because it's still hot out and the solar going away. That's the duck curve.
And you would agree that what's being summarized here in the passage you just read, and unfortunately the printout cut off a little bit of the chart above, but is showing that batteries are helping to meet some of that, helping to smooth out some of that duck curve problem in California.
Yeah, two points there. California is summer peaking, not winter peaking like we are here in the Carolinas, and their solar profile is substantially different. They have far greater irradiance, many more blue sky days than we have here in the Carolinas. So it's not a direct, I always get worrisome when we make direct comparisons to California because we have a very different system, very different assets, very different load, very different irradiance patterns. But with all of those caveats, in California, they do have batteries deployed to catch up with the solar that they put on early. They had a lot of solar that was being stranded and curtailed, and they had really no choice but to put the batteries on to catch up on that.
And turning our attention to the next page of that article, there's the second paragraph under the map showing battery storage across the United States. As batteries have proliferated, could you read that paragraph?
As batteries have proliferated, power companies are using them in novel ways, such as handling big swings in electricity generation from solar and wind farms, reducing congestion on transmission lines, and helping to prevent blackouts during scorching heat waves.
Now, again, recognizing California and Texas are different in lots of ways, do you agree generally with that characterization of how utilities are using batteries?
Yeah, generally to take renewables and help to move them in time where they're more valuable on the system. And so, like I said, I think batteries definitely have an important role to play in our all of the above strategy.
And then just, I think this is the last question I have about this article. If you turn to the next page, that really down to page 4 of 7 in the bottom right-hand corner, there's a graph showing Texas batteries on the grid, and then there's 2 paragraphs under it that contrast the difference between California and Texas. If you could just read those.
Are you talking the last 2 paragraphs?
The 2 states built their battery fleets in distinct ways.
The 2 states built their battery fleets in distinct ways. In California, regulatory mandates were key impetus. In 2019, officials worried that too many older gas plants were closing, risking blackouts, and ordered utilities to quickly install thousands of megawatts of storage. In Texas, market forces dominate. The state's deregulated electricity system allows prices to fluctuate sharply, rising to as high as $5,000 per megawatt hour during acute shortages. That makes it lucrative for battery developers to take advantage of spikes, such as locations where power lines periodically get clogged.
Okay, so recognizing again, North Carolina does not have an energy market that's anything like Texas. It's an example of how batteries have been deployed in very different utility systems or under different regulatory regimes. Correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that Texas is also a state that's experiencing load growth?
Yes.
If I could have you turn to Sace et al. Potential Cross Exhibit 28.
Mr. Neal, we have reached, before we move on to the next exhibit, we've reached our afternoon break. So we will take a 10-minute break and come back at 3:10, and we'll resume with the exhibit that you're about ready to identify.
Thank you. I forgot to mark what I set on the last.
record. And Mr. Neal, you can proceed with your exhibit and your cross-examination whenever you're ready.
Thank you. In the interest of time, we're actually going to switch gears. And this is the part where I am going to ask some questions of confidential exhibits that will include some questions about pricing, which I'm assuming will actually be confidential.
So let's go off the record. And is this, are these exhibits that we need to have a confidentiality agreement with Duke? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So let's go off the record. And for everyone who has not entered into a confidentiality agreement with Duke, please leave the hearing room. On the record, we have concluded the confidential session, and Mr. Neal, you can proceed with the non-confidential session of your questions.
Thank you, and I should be close to done. Turning your attention to SACE et al. Potential cross exhibit number 6, which we would ask to be marked. SACE et al. Cross IRP NTAP direct supplemental exhibit 10.
It will be so marked.
So this is just a printout of the NREL ATB that we were just talking about in confidential section. It's not confidential. They make their information publicly available, but just as a frame of reference for the prices we were discussing in confidential session, do you see where this printout from the NREL webpage from June 20th shows their anticipated prices, both for their conservative, not both, for their conservative, their moderate, and their advanced scenarios?
Yes.
All right. And you would agree that capital costs are an important input in Encompass?
Can be. A lot of the selection is just, as I said earlier, it's one input. It used to be much more important when you didn't have the balancing factors, right? So now with so many resources providing different roles, it's often not an economic selection. It's you need this type of resource to do this function and a different type of resource to do a different function. And costs are often not as influential because they just have different, but it is a factor. The other quick point I would make on these is all of these costs are pre-IRA. So any difference in costs between one source or another, or a company's cost and a third-party cost, is when you're looking at pre-IRA. If you have a 40% investment tax credit, for example, on a battery, that differential would be reduced by 40%. So if something was $100 more in source A versus source B, that $100 would also get a 40% tax credit. So instead of being a 10% difference, it would be a 6% difference. So once you tax affect under the IRA differences, it shrinks the delta between any sources of data by the IRA benefit.
Mr. Schneider, I want to make sure I understand that last point. Are you saying that Duke did not include the IRA benefits in its anticipated battery costs?
I'm saying they are applied, yes, they are in the battery costs. I'm just saying if you're looking at data sources that do or don't have them in, you have to be careful to know whether you're looking gross or net of IRA. We certainly did take tax credits for all the IRA in ours. And I'm just saying that when you're looking at data, you've got to ask yourself, just like we did direct versus inflated, you have to ask the question, are these before or after tax credits? Because the tax credits are substantial in the IRA.
All right, I think this is our last exhibit. Can I just turn your attention to SACE et al. Potential cross exhibit number 4? I'm sorry, not number 4, number 73. Potential cross exhibit number 73. So it'll be the last one in that notebook. Sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Neal, this notebook goes to 54.
Oh, well, let me hand you the proper note. I may approach.
I only have to 72.
And I think online, my fellow panelist here is saying he's only seen through 72.
This was to correct an error. We filed a corrected index because we had. This is one. Should only be allowed one note. If I can approach. Yes, we filed a corrected index. We had listed this as a potential cross exhibit, but had put a different exhibit in its place. So we shifted it down to number 73 and then included it in a supplemental file.
Gotcha.
So we would ask SACE et al. Potential cross exhibit 3. to be marked SACE et al. Cross IRP NTAP Direct Supplemental Exhibit 11.
Mr. Neal, just to make sure that I'm clear, is it potential cross exhibit 73 or 3?
73.
Okay, 73. I thought you just said 3. So
I apologize.
Okay, it is so marked.
Now, again, this is a article from Bloomberg NEF. Are you familiar with that source? New Energy Finance?
Yeah.
The headline is China's batteries are now cheap enough to power huge shifts. Just to cut to the chase, turning to page 5 of 8, a lot of this article is about battery costs and how they're affecting electric transportation. But I just wanted to direct your attention to this paragraph on page 5 of 8 under the chart on electric vehicles. And I'll read it for you. The stationary energy storage market may be the biggest beneficiary. Crashing battery prices make the economics of adding large-scale energy storage much more attractive. Prices of turnkey energy storage systems are already down 43% from a year ago, and our team at Bloomberg NEF is watching for that segment to soak up some of the additional supply. Overcapacity isn't going anywhere anytime soon, but BNEF expects global stationary storage installations to rise to 155 gigawatt hours this year, up 61% from last year. Now, again, recognizing this is just one news source, you see they're anticipating prices to decline 43% from a year ago for turnkey energy storage systems for the grid. Do you see that in what I just read?
Yes, I do. And the whole article is titled China's batteries are now becoming cheap. And anybody that's following DC knows that DC now has some issues with importing cheap batteries from China. So these are the factors we're trying to balance, is where are prices going? What are supply chains? What are tariffs going to be? Where are we going to be able to get battery sources from? And so, yes, I think there's you could have a lot of these articles out there, and I could probably produce other articles that say you're not going to be able to get these cheap batteries. So it's just one of the things we will have to check and adjust on, is where our battery price is going. And I'm sure our renewable and storage team will have more to say on that when they come before the commission.
And I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. Redirect from Duke.
Thank you, Presiding Commissioner Kimmerer. Just a few questions for the panel. Starting with you, Mr. Schneider, early on in the examination, you had some questions from counsel for CUCA on lease costs and affordability and the company's approach to projecting and analyzing customer bill impacts. Do you recall that?
I do.
And would you agree with me that the approach the company has taken in this proceeding to analyze customer bill impacts is consistent with the approach the company took in the 22 carbon plan proceeding?
I would agree with you.
May I approach briefly?
Yes, you may.
One more night. 9 degrees. 180.
All right. Mr. Schneider, I believe the commission has already taken judicial notice of the commission's carbon plan order earlier. So while we can't see it on the screen here, this is, I'll represent to you page 129 of the commission's carbon plan order from the last proceeding. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes.
All right. And would you?
Mr. Brushworth, can you speak more directly into your
I can.
microphone?
I apologize. Thank you. Just the first sentence in this paragraph that's highlighted, the commission finds that the PVRR and bill impact calculations provided by Duke in this proceeding are reasonable for planning purposes and provide a helpful tool to compare the relative benefits of the different portfolios. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Okay. And if you have a minute just to peruse the rest of this paragraph, would you take an opportunity to articulate for the commission what the purpose of the bill impact analysis the companies undertook in that initial carbon plan proceeding that the commission approved as reasonable for planning purposes, and how the company has presented those same bill impact analyses in this proceeding?
Yeah, I think what the order says here is what I was trying to refer to earlier, of the primary indicia use of bill impacts is for comparison of relative portfolios when you're using the same set of variables across all portfolios, but you're building different portfolios, and you say, how do they impact bills on a relative basis to one another? And that to try and get to an actual nominal dollar increase, given all the uncertainties on a bunch of variables, and trying to parse out what's in the plan, what's out of the plan, future efficiencies, future depreciation is well beyond the scope of the IRP. And I think this order was reflecting where we landed on that the last time we were before this commission on the issue of bill impact. So I think this is an articulation of what resulted from that similar approach.
Thank you. Turning to some questions that you had from counsel for SACE, you were discussing portfolio P1, and he had some questions around the 20% cost adder that the company assigned to all technologies in that P1 bill impact analysis. Do you recall that?
I do.
And just to clarify the record, you made a statement, something to the effect of that there was only one offshore wind project that could potentially be added by 2030. And just to clarify the record, your comment there was in the context of the modeling exercise of achieving the P1 portfolio by 2030, not actually delivering an offshore wind generating facility by 2030 in the real world, correct?
That is correct. That's just a modeled single resource model.
Thank you. Another question that SACE had for you was about planning reserve margin, and directed your attention to page 11 of the technical appendix of the supplemental planning analysis and table SPA T10. If you would turn there, please.
I'm there.
Okay, and Mr. Neal had some questions about how the planning reserve margin progresses over time, and specifically pointed out to you the planning reserve margin in 2035 and 2036.
Yes.
And would you provide some context for how that planning reserve margin progresses over time, and why those numbers look higher than other reserve margins within the planning period?
Yeah, there's a couple of factors going on there. One is, you have some pretty big lumpy projects, right? So you're building in Bad Creek 2, it comes on at 1,800 megawatts. You're building in significant amount of offshore wind that has a high ELCC value. So it has over a 70%, 75% ELCC. So 2,400 megawatts of offshore wind is going to be a big chunk of capacity. So you do get some of this lumpiness. And importantly, you're not building in all cases just to, and again, it's adjusting to the new world reality of where we're at in the IRP, is you're building for energy, not just peak demand. You're building for carbon reduction, and you're adding resources that can give you that energy, that can give you that carbon reduction, so that when you look at that single metric, especially when you're building these large, lumpy resources for other purposes, you can have temporal periods in time where your reserve margin is high, because that's not the only thing I'm trying to satiate or satisfy, is maintaining a reserve margin. I'm now also trying to keep, 8760 energy satisfied, and I'm also trying to decarbonize. And I'm building resources for those purposes that often have capacity benefits that make the reserve margin look high in certain periods in time.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder. Just one other topic. So you had some questions from counsel for NCSEA around the planned offshore wind RFI, or the acquisition RFI.
Yes.
And you gave your perspective on what that process is going to look like. And first, is it fair to say you're generally familiar with the RFI, but that witness McIntyre is the primary expert on the topic.
That is certainly correct.
You know enough to be dangerous.
It's often dangerous.
And is it also accurate that Duke, the public staff, and other stipulating parties have agreed to further definition around the RFE as part of the stipulation?
That is correct.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, Chair Commissioner Kimmerer.
Thank you. I've got a few questions for the panel. Related to what Mr. Brushworth just asked about the ARFI, there are some questions about the acquisition of the Kitty Hawk North lease area. Is that a topic that would be better addressed to another panel to talk in particular about that subject, as my assumption?
Yes, I think, witness McIntyre would be able to sort of explain how that would impact.
Okay. And witness McIntyre would also be able to talk about potentially different legislation in different states that affects offshore wind. Is that correct? I think you were asked some questions about that as well.
Yes.
And then about the reserve margin of 22% that's been proposed. After Winter Storm Elliott, Duke implemented some improvements so that its generation would be available when called upon during extreme winter events. Was the improvements to reliability during extreme winter events, was that factored into the reserve margin of the increased reserve margin of 22%?
Yeah, I would say, and I'll also invite you to ask that same question of our reliability panel, or our resource adequacy panel, I'm sorry, coming up. But to my knowledge, that what is used is the 5-year, what we call GADS data. So it's actual outages on the fleet that inform the reliability metrics that are used within a reserve margin. And to the extent that those actions improve performance over time, that would be reflected in future reserve margins, as would other changes like, performance of new resources coming on, performance of batteries, performance of new gas plants, et cetera, that will influence it. So I think it's more of a forward-looking metric than a retrospective metric. So until it starts to impact what we're seeing in the data itself on reliability, the process won't pick up that those metrics until future resource adequacy studies.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And then I have a question related to SACE's questions for you. You don't need to turn to what would have been proposed Exhibit 29, but this is the exhibit that I think you'll remember was a data request that talked about the megawatts of solar that was going to be procured through solar procurement. And it talked about addressing some level of attrition and that there would be about 24% in excess for PPAs over the 2024, 2025, and 2026 time periods. Are you familiar with?
I'm familiar with that.
So my question about that is we've heard from the solar industry and the solar developers that many of the market reasons, inflation, supply chain issues that had led to cancellation of purchase power agreements had been were expected to be generally resolved. And so they're not anticipating that we're going to see the level of attrition or termination of PPAs going forward in the future. So my question is that your data response talks about adding in some additional megawatts for the solar procurements to address that attrition. Is there, assuming I'm understanding your data request response correctly, is there any concern about over procuring of solar in this instance?
That's certainly a risk, right? And I think we talked about it extensively in the 22 case and sort of evolved our thinking on this coming into this case. I would say, it's 460 megawatts. we certainly, it's envisioned across multiple future procurements. So there is check and adjust as we move forward. But at this time, I think with the clarity that was given by my co-panelist on, it's the 24% on the 45%, not on the total bucket of solar. It does limit that megawatt risk for over procurement. But it is something that we continue to believe we're going to have to try and match procurements with actual interconnections so that you don't build up a big over procurement and the issues that creates. So there is a little bit of risk that if you don't have some level of attrition, that yes, you could potentially be over procuring by a little and pushing out when that might be able to come online.
Okay. And then you talked about the cap for battery storage. And you stated that one of the reasons for the cap on battery storage was supply chain issues. My understanding, and I just want to make sure the record is clear, is it supply chain issues and then also interconnection limitations? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
That's both of those are listed. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let me check to see if there's any questions from the fellow commissioners. Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, I want to make sure I'm understanding some of the metrics that we've been talking about and some of your clarifications specifically related to the PVRR and the customer bill impact. First off, with the customer bill impact, there's metrics presented in a couple different places, either the actual bill or the combined growth rate. So first off, with the bill, I understand your qualifications for that. I have a really basic question: is if it shows the bill impact in 2030, is that nominal or real? I mean, is that just nominal or is actual?
No, that's a
dollars?
great question. And, one I probably should have mentioned, that is a nominal. So that is not, when we say, 3.5% or 4% or 3.9% average compounded average growth rate, that's just nominal. So if you have a 3% inflation rate and you've got a 0.9% real increase, not a nominal increase. So it is not inflation adjusted, which is a very good question.
And that's what I had been assuming. And then just the way you use that, just again, to understand and make sure I'm looking at the kind of process. You're not using those numbers in your optimization. When we say least cost, it's not least cost PVRR or least cost customer bill impact. It's much more complicated than that, and it's embedded in your production cost modeling. And so it is conceivable that from a modeling standpoint, you might have something that's quote least cost, but it shows up as a higher PVRR.
So I agree with you on the bill impacts. Bill impacts is a post-production. It's actually trying to do the best to take into account utility-based accounting. So it's fully installed cost, depreciating, tax affected, all of, and saying, what is the capital and operating costs and how do they change over time on a percentage basis? And then applying that to a reference bill from history and saying, here's how we would get to that higher bill, and witness Bateman can give you a little more on that process. Within the model, and I would ask my fellow panelist who runs the model, Witness Beatty here, it is looking, when it's balancing, it's trying to hit, like I said, it's maintaining reserves. So it's going to do that first and foremost. It's introducing a carbon reduction glide path consistent with the pathway chosen. And then it's doing that in a manner that's selecting resources to minimize the present value of revenue requirements that are needed for the grouping of resources that hit those other two parameters, right? So you've still got to maintain your reliability. You've got to stay on your carbon trajectory for that pathway. And then when it looks to what is the economic optimal way to do that, it is minimizing the present value of revenue requirements for that specific model run.
Okay, so thank you for that. So I think this PVRR gets a lot of attention. You know, it gets a lot of, we look at it, we talk about it a lot. Is the actual discount factor that you are using for those future cash flows to bring it back to whatever, whatever we get now, is that the weighted average cost of capital?
It's the utilities weighted average cost of capital.
And is that something that's over historic weighted average? Or are you predicting future? Are you just assuming whatever the last rate case is, that's your future commission is going to do that?
Subject to check. It's either the last rate case or the last financial report we've issued. So it is a static point in time. It's not a forward projection. We don't try and project, what our future equity returns might be from this commission in the future due to increasing risk or anything like that. It's the latest approved equity, latest debt rates that we report on that go into our discount factor, our weighted average cost of capital.
So I should know this, but somewhere between 7.5, something in that ballpark.
After tax. I always get after tax and pre-tax.
Around 7, yeah. Which I did a check.
Okay. And then when you're looking at different portfolios and you're looking at the PVRR and you're just using that for relative comparative, it's another thing that you use for relative comparative purposes. With what I consider a fairly high discount rate, something in that, is it true that it does make a difference when you look at the different portfolios? Because some of them are front loaded with a lot of expenditures and some of them are pushed out, that it could actually change the even relative amount of the PVRR if you had, say a 4.5 or a lower discount rate. Am I looking at that just from an economic standpoint?
I think from an economic standpoint, you're generally correct. Yeah, if we do discount future cash flows at the rate you just said. So if I discount those at a lower rate, it's going to have a higher impact on a given portfolio. But it's costs and benefits, right? So if you invest in nuclear and it produces fuel savings, right? Those fuel savings are out in time. So those are being discounted, as is the levelized cost of the capital to build the plant, right? So you're looking at not just the cash to build the plant, but what is the resultant variable cost of operating the system with these different investments and what savings are produced over the life of those assets. And then you're discounting that.
Okay. And for someone that loves tables, there are a lot of tables. Is there a table somewhere, and I can ask our staff too, that shows kind of moving out in time, kind of the summary of everything you just said, that, shows savings and shows capital costs and for different portfolios. So I could actually just, for one or two portfolios, look at that. I don't want it if it's not there, but if it's there, I just want to know where it is.
I don't think it's been provided in the filing, but we have provided it in data request.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'll hold off there. And then last question, just getting back to this idea of nominal versus real. So what inflation rate are you using in general for cost? Because that's gone up and down. So when you're adding inflation rates, and we're in this weird high inflation, is it historic inflation or is it? And it might vary for different things, but
So it does, and I'm only pausing for a second here to say there's two concepts. There's the inflation, and then we also have what's called learning curves, or, we were going over it with Mr. Neal. Certain technologies are actually projected in a real basis, not a nominal, sometimes nominal, but on a real basis to get cheaper over time, right? Technology is going to improve. How fast? The NREL discussion that we had on, are batteries going to get cheap quickly? Are they going to take a little longer? How does supply chain? How does competition with EV batteries? All of that, drives, when are we going to see declines? What level? Same with all resources, so there's this learning curve, and then there's just, despite technology learnings, you still have general inflation. And, labor's getting more expensive, steel's getting more expensive, concrete, et cetera. So you have maturing or emergent technologies becoming more mature. That produces real declines. And then you have inflation. And so our general inflation rate historically has been 2.5%. But we have seen, obviously it's been all over the news, that can deviate in the short term, right? For a long run inflation rate, it may be but you may see short-term inflation really hitting hard on commodity, any given commodity or technology.
Okay, so that's super helpful. So 2.5%
is more of a long run average.
Right, and that's you would see that somewhere in your models. It's obviously going to be
That's our
different. You're going to have
general
but somewhere in that Excel formula, there's
that's our
2.5. You didn't throw in six or
Right.
8 or whatever. Okay, thank you. That's all for now.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll just take but a second. Ms. Snyder, good to see you this afternoon and your panel. Glad to meet you. I've read your testimony in November and then the one here recently in July, and then about everywhere I see your name's around somewhere and some opportunity. And of course, your panel takes as long as any of them. You agree, or you stated that a forecast is a snapshot in time. And in one of your testimonies, and you talk about, I've read that in spring of 22, all of a sudden in fall of 23, we had to ramp everything up. You stated that Georgia has seen a 17 times increase in the load requirements that they're seeing there, and that Dominion says that there's no sign of it slowing in Virginia either, and we're all in a good situation here in this 3-state area. When you're getting your forecast, and Mr. Pasty can probably do this, I see where in your testimony you say when you talk about these big projects that you get a material investment as one factor and then a letter of commitment. Where do you get that data from, and how have you found that data to be credible?
Yeah, and we're going to have an entire panel on rebuttal come in and talk, the economic development and load forecast panel in rebuttal that can give further on this. But we have, essentially an economic development team that works with local and state economic development agencies to ensure that we attract businesses and that we're cognizant of their infrastructure needs. And these businesses are increasingly, you can't hardly turn on the news without seeing that availability of generation is now a major siting consideration for these industries, whether it's IT related, whether it's manufacturing related. So our economic development team partners with our load forecasting team, who then partners with our account management team. As these become real customers, they transition from a development to a large account customer. And so the large account gets in early. So we have multiple groups within the company that are out, I heard the term boots on the ground, working with local and state agencies on economic development. And as these customers move from just curious to interested to selecting, that comes through the economic development team, who then gives that information in real time to the load forecasting team so that we can track that level of interest and those level of commitments on a real-time basis.
Okay, so I guess my next question is the numbers we have today obsolete based on the uptick from spring of 22 to the fall of 23 to now July of 24? And then as I read in one testimony where, and I think my other commissioners will probably choke me, but is there an opportunity for us to need to have more updates on forecasting and or, a yearly carbon plan as this accelerates? Do you think we as a commission are being kept abreast by you and there are vehicles to do that so we know? Because I see one number by 2030 was at 4%. The industry went along with a forecast of 2% for a number of years. And then I see in the 2030s an 8% increase. Are we getting the information in real time? As I guess you're giving it to us as best you can, but is there any more of a need not to try to have this hearing or anything like that, but for us to get an update? And are you doing that on a regular basis? And remember, I'm new.
No, I appreciate those are good questions. And it's good to meet you as well, Commissioner Tucker. No, yes, as part of the stipulation with public staff, we've agreed that at least twice a year, we will provide an update to the economic development activity we're seeing. Now, I don't want to confuse updating the load forecast with, this proceeding is going on 18 months and more paper than I've seen in past proceedings. So the thought of trying to do this more often than we already are is pretty untenable. And actually, we really need to be pivoting, keep an eye on planning. Certainly a lot of value comes out of this for everybody, but we're going to be heavy in execution mode, right? We're building that all of the above. We're heavily investing in and building renewables and storage and the gas that we need and growing our EE programs. And so, I think there's this natural cycle of planning and execution, and it's this check and adjust. But to the extent there is a very dynamic nature to the load forecast and the need to keep apprised of the load forecast piece of it itself, I think it's reasonable to provide an update, a couple times a year in some detail as to what we're seeing with the number of projects. As someone, I think Ms. Bowman testified earlier, you might have some dropping off or saying, oh, I'm slowing down. I thought I was going to, run 3 shifts. Now I'm only going to run 2. But then you have 2 others coming in behind saying, boy, I'm looking for a site in North Carolina. And so all the puts and takes, keeping that straight and updating the public staff and, the commission a couple times a year, I think is a good cadence for that.
Okay, well, that's very well. I don't want to create more billable time for these people.
Commissioner, if I might add to that answer, there's a figure D9 in Appendix D of the original report. I know there's a lot of attention being paid to the large sites, and I don't want to take attention away from that. But we've also been eyeing several other things that have increased the load forecast over the last few years, including the population growth that we've had in the Carolinas, as well as the continuing projections for electric vehicles. So there are more moving parts than just the large sites.
Well, thank you, sir. I'm a native North Carolinian. It's increased 3 times since I was born. So population growth is real. Just one other question. You talked about, I think earlier, about retiring some natural gas facilities that are generators because of age or whatever. You talked a great deal about the battery. Mr. Neal asked you about the battery storage. Y'all bantered back and forth about the China tariffs that are coming, and the cost of batteries are cheap or they're too expensive, supply chain, et cetera. One question I want to ask about batteries, and you can supply articles as well to talk about batteries and battery storage. But, batteries what's the life of these storage batteries that you would be buying? And then there's a great deal of concern about the toxic leaking of these batteries. And so when you try to determine capital investment, do you also have within those numbers in your forecast, what is going to be required to replace these batteries, whatever it may be that you may have to be buying in these renewables?
Yeah, we try and take life cycle costs into account with our cost estimates, and some of it, and there, you bring up a great point though, because some of those differences in trying to compare apples to apples on cost, right? There's different strategies for deployment of batteries. Some people will invest in a larger battery and not utilize its maximum capability because batteries degrade over time. And so there's what's called and I'm going to defer to Witness Meeks for more detail on this, but you can build a battery and say, I'm going to build 1,200 or 120 megawatts of battery, but only use 100 because I've got to build for degradation. And I'm going to express the cost of that 120, but only divide it by the 100 that's usable. So that's sort of this overbuild, so that as it degradates over time, you can be sure to have your 100 megawatts of battery available. Other people will say, no, I'm going to replace cells and do a replenishment on the fly. And so I'm going to build a 100 megawatt battery. And then as it degrades, I'm going to put capital into that battery to keep it at its 100 level. And just that overbuild versus build to and then replenish can lead to the types of differences that Mr. Neal and I were bantering back and forth about. And there's debate in the industry as to which one is the best. Without droning on, that's, Tesla and Ford have that same issue. Tesla says you can get this many miles out of the battery, but when it's gone, you're dead on the side of the road and your battery's fully degraded to 100%. Ford says, no, I've got the same battery, but I'm not letting you take it to zero because that damages the battery. So I'm not going to advertise as high of a range on my battery. So I've read a couple articles on that where, the strategy of the battery and how you're going to deploy the battery is different. But we do, despite all that, either way, we try and look at all of our resources from a life cycle cost. What's it going to take for the fixed and variable O&M to get that resource to last as long as we have it in our models?
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, I think that's the end of commissioners' questions. So I'll take questions on commission's questions. Before we do so, though, we have had some questions about the stipulation and admitted stipulation, and this panel and other panels will be back to testify about the stipulation. So I would request that the attorneys reserve those questions for when the panels come back to talk about the settlement testimony. So with that caveat, are there questions on commission's questions?
Very briefly. Mr. Snyder, you were just having a conversation with Commissioner Tucker, and he had a question about the life of batteries and about potential leaking. You would agree that batteries contain a lot of valuable raw materials and that there's a recycling, that there will be recycling markets as batteries age out?
They need to mature. They're not here today, so it is something that needs to happen. Yes, and I do think that is the industry's plan for it.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Just very briefly, and point of clarification, would it be helpful to the commission, based on the questions you asked, to have Mr. Snyder briefly identify where in the stipulation provisions are that are relevant to questions the commissioners asked?
You may go ahead and do so. I think that let's leave the substance of the questions for when the panels come back on rebuttal, but please go ahead and have him identify where in the stipulation it's located.
Okay, and very, very briefly. So, Mr. Snyder, Commissioner Kimmerite had some questions for you about solar attrition and risks of overprocurement. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
And as part of the stipulation the company's entered into the public staff, there's a provision that addresses the amount of solar targeted to be procured. You recall that?
I do recall that.
And would you agree with me that paragraph 16 on page 6 of the stipulation, subpart A, addressing solar, also addresses or attempts to address the risks of overprocurement and how to balance that as part of the targeted procurement volume in the near term period?
It does.
Okay. And then Commissioner Tucker had some questions for you about the need for more frequent updates to the commission on future economic development load. Do you recall that?
I do.
And you, in your answer, very articulately mentioned the stipulation and how it plans for more frequent biennial updates to the commission. Is that at paragraph 42 on pages 19 and 20 of the stipulation?
Subject to check.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I'll go ahead and receive motions, beginning with Duke.
Thank you. The company would move the panel's direct exhibit 1 into the record, please.
Your motion is allowed.
I would move AGO cross IRP and near-term action plan direct and supplemental exhibits 1 and 2 into the record as marked.
Your motion is allowed.
NCSCA would move NCSCA cross IRP and near-term actions plans panel direct and supplemental exhibits 1 and 2 into the record.
Your motion is allowed.
Good afternoon, David Neal again. For SACE et al., in Presiding Commissioner Kemmerite, the Exhibit 1 that we discussed has now been filed, so I would actually move it in at this point, if that's all right.
The commission has not had an opportunity to see that exhibit yet, so let's hold off, and you can make that motion in the morning after the commission has seen it, and we've had an opportunity to see if any of the parties object.
Thank you. Then in that case, SACE et al. Would move into the record SACE et al. Cross IRP, NTAP, direct supplemental exhibits 2 through 11 at this time.
And noting that exhibits 6, 7, 8, and 9 are marked confidential. Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you.
Okay, your motion is allowed.
Presiding Commissioner Kemmerite, SIGFR 2 and 3 would move SIGFR 2 and 3 cross IRP and near-term actions panel direct and supplemental confidential exhibit 1 into the record at this time.
Okay, your motion is allowed.
Thank you.
At this time, I would move into the record NC Warren et al. Cross IRP and near-term actions plan panel direct and supplemental exhibit 1.
Okay, your motion is allowed. Thank you. So that brings us to the conclusion of your testimony for the day. I think you all will be coming back, but you may step down for the time being.
And Presiding Commissioner Kemmerite, just Mr. Pasty is a direct witness, so I think I'm not sure if it's necessary, but may he be excused, and he's not going to be appearing on the rebuttal case.
Yes, you may be excused.
And thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. And Duke, when you're ready, you may call your next panel of witnesses.
Duke Energy calls the Resource Adequacy Panel to the stand. All right.
Good afternoon. And if you can place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand, and do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Wintermantle, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
My name is Richard Nicholas Wintermantle, and my business address is 3000 River Chase Galleria, Hoover, Alabama, 35224.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Astrape Consulting. Astrape Consulting was recently acquired by Power Gym, so as part of that, my title has changed from a principal at Astrape to Chief Business Officer.
Can you please briefly describe Astrape's resource adequacy experience?
Yes. So in the Southeast, Astrape has performed studies for utilities, including the companies TVA, Entergy, Southern Company, CLECO, Georgia System Operations Corporations, Louisville Gas and Electric, Dominion Energy South Carolina, and Santee Cooper. Outside of the Southeast, Astrape has used CERVM to perform planning reserve margin studies for large independent operators, such as the Southwest Power Pool, SPP, Electric Reliability Council of Texas, better known as ERCOT, the Midwest Independent System Operator, MISO, and Alberta Electric System Operator. For many of these entities, I've also managed ELCC studies similar to the study my team performed for the companies.
Thank you. And Mr. Benson, could you please state your full name and business address for the record?
My name is Cole Michael Benson, and my business address is 3000 River Chase Galleria, Hoover, Alabama, 35244.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Astrape Consulting as a managing consultant.
And can you briefly describe your role and responsibilities at Astrape?
Yes, I have performed a variety of resource adequacy and ELCC studies for utilities and system operators across the country. For these studies, we have used Astrape's proprietary reliability model, CERVM. I've performed resource adequacy work for entities including the companies, Santee Cooper, Dominion Energy South Carolina, Associated State Electric Co-op, the Public Service Company of Colorado, SPP, MISO, and CERC Reliability Corporation.
And did the panel cause to be pre-filed in this docket direct testimony consisting of 22 pages and 5 exhibits?
Yes.
And do you have any changes to the panel's direct testimony or exhibits at this time?
No.
If I were to ask you the same questions today that appear in the panel's pre-filed direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, except for just the title change I mentioned earlier.
And this panel's direct testimony and exhibits did not include any confidential information, correct?
Correct.
And did this panel also pre-file a summary of its direct testimony for the commission?
Yes.
Presiding Commissioner Kimwright, I would ask the resource adequacy panel's direct testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand, as well as the summary of their direct testimony.
And your motion is allowed. The resource adequacy panel's direct testimony shall be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand, along with a summary of their direct testimony.
Thank you. I would also ask that the panel's 5 direct exhibits be pre-marked for identification to be entered into the record at the appropriate time.
And the 5 exhibits shall be pre-marked as identified, and they will be entered into the record at the appropriate time.
Thank you. The panel is now available for questions from the parties. Commission on direct testimony.
Presiding Commissioner, this is Grant Snyder from the Clean Energy Buyers Association. We determined that most of our questions are going to relate to the Resource Adequacy Panel's rebuttal testimony. So we will waive our time and fit within the existing time that we had requested for the rebuttal witnesses.
Thank you. And then I believe that Sigur 2 and 3 is mixed up for cross-examination.
Yes, we are. And actually, we made the same determination as counsel for SEBA. My apologies.
Okay. And CUCA?
I'm ready to go.
Matt Tynan for CUCA. Good afternoon. Just a few questions. At page 7, line 21, through page 8, line 2, you state that physical reliability refers to the expected frequency of firm load shed events. The utility will have a firm load shed event in the scenario when it must reduce load on the system by turning off power because it does not have enough generation to serve the customers. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is it correct to say that physical reliability as referred to in your testimony is related solely to firm load shed events caused by electricity supply failing to meet demand?
Yes, I mean, anytime that the companies would not have enough supply, or including the ability to include demand response as part of that, and forced firm load shed, then yes, that's correct.
And is it correct that physical reliability, as referred to in your testimony, does not refer to reliability with regard to outages that are caused by other factors besides the availability of electricity supply?
Can you clarify what other type of factors you're?
Yeah, there can be outages caused by weather, lines being knocked down, things like that. Those aren't the kinds of physical reliability you're talking about. Is that correct?
Yeah, the lines, distribution outages, transmission lines, internal to the balancing area, we are not calculating that. We are looking at resource adequacy, so capacity and supply.
Did you do any analysis about whether spending money to increase the reserve margin from 17% to 22% would prevent more outages than using the same resources to prevent other outages that the system sees?
We did not look at cost, but our study does show that reliability improves as we increase reserves. So if we add capacity to the system, reliability for customers improves.
Does adding generation capacity improve reliability more than addressing other factors that impact system reliability?
I guess I'm not quite following the line of question here. We're looking at resource adequacy, trying to make sure we have enough capacity on the system to meet load. We're not looking at internal transmission distribution outages. But as part of that study, we are looking at weather, and we're looking at 43 years of historical weather on the system and ensuring that the system as planned can meet load on a 1 day and 10-year basis is the standard that we plan to make sure that we have enough capacity on the system that we're only going to have one event every 10 years.
So is it fair to say that you don't know whether the adequacy of resources improves reliability more than, say, making investments in grid infrastructure?
Yep. So for this study, for reserve margin purposes, really the only path forward is to increase capacity to ensure it's a capacity shortage problem, not a transmission problem.
At page 11, lines 1 to 12, you discuss the individual and combined base cases, and at lines 8 to 12, you describe the combined base case as follows. The combined base case models DEC and DEP as a single balancing authority where they prioritize helping each other over their external neighbors, but still retain access to the external market assistance. In this scenario, the companies would require a 22% winter reserve margin to maintain the 1 day in 10-year standard. Do you see that?
Yes.
And am I correct that even if DEC and DEP were combined into a single balancing authority, that would not result in joint unit commitment?
So can you point me to where you're saying that? You're just saying that it's not stating joint unit commitment here?
No, even if DEC and DEP were combined into a single balancing authority, that doesn't necessarily mean they have joint unit commitment, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think you probably have to ask the company. I mean, if they joined in a single balancing area, I would expect there to be joint commitment.
They wouldn't.
And dispatch.
The companies wouldn't separately develop joint dispatch unit commitments and then combine them. And then the BA would combine them together.
I'm just not sure how that would work. I would expect there to be joint commitment.
And then what does it mean they would help each other if there's joint commitment?
Yeah, I mean, just the combined case, what we're trying to say here is that it would be a single balancing area. They would prioritize their load together before going and helping an external neighbor.
And then looking at that footnote 8 on that page, sorry. If we turn to your exhibit 3, page 7, it states that the base case combined scenario is the island combined scenario with neighbor assistance included, as well as DEC and DEP being allowed to assist each other. Is that right?
Do you mean I see page 7 at the top. It's numbered page 6 at the bottom. Yes, I see that.
And so, and then looking at the footnote 8 on that page, the report states that DEC and DEP intend to merge, and as a result, the combined case is the recommended scenario. The merged utility includes joint unit commitment, dispatch, and ancillary services, and consolidates the balancing authorities and removes associated transmission constraints between existing individual BAs. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. So in the modeling for this combined case, based on, as the footnote reads here, the companies intending to merge, the combined case was recommended. And in the modeling, it is a sharing of resources. It's a joint unit commitment, sharing of ancillary services. And we removed any transmission limits in between DEC and DEP as part of that analysis.
Does the combined case remove all of the restrictions that will be removed as the result of a merger between the two utilities?
Yeah, you're probably going to have to ask a company witness on exactly what all the merger involves. From a modeling standpoint, we assume that all those things were possible.
So you fully modeled the after merger scenario. Is that what the combined case is?
I think we're in the modeling world here. I think it's as close as we could get to the merged companies. So taking advantage of the sharing of resources.
And is there any computational reason that you wouldn't have modeled the full impacts of a merger?
No, outside of modeling limits, we would attempt to model the merger.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you.
And Environmental Defense Fund is next.
Good afternoon. Ben Smith again for the Environmental Defense Fund. I'm going to go ahead and start by asking you to open up your direct testimony to page 18, beginning in the section on the wind ELCC study.
Okay.
So the question beginning in line 20 and going into the next page, what is meant by the phrase capacity value and how does it relate to resource adequacy? You go on to say the capacity value of the resource is the reliability contribution of the said resource. Because wind resources are intermittent, the capacity value of the wind resource is often different than a conventional resource, such as a gas-fired combustion turbine, which is outside of an outage, can be called an hour to produce energy. Is that right?
Yes, that's what it says.
So I was hoping you could explain a little bit more about what capacity value means in terms of providing resource adequacy. And I know you've explained your answer here, but I was hoping you could kind of talk about what that comparison is between a gas-fired combustion turbine, for instance, and like, let's say an offshore wind resource.
Sure. So when we're thinking about capacity value, we're concerned about the highest net load peak hours of the year. For the companies, that's going to be your extreme cold winter morning. So when we're looking at the capacity value, we're wanting to know how much capacity is a resource providing during that cold winter morning period. We think about, and I think Mr. Schneider alluded to this some in some of his examples, we think about a dispatchable gas resource. Assuming it's not on a forced outage, it can be turned on at 100% during 7 a.m. on the extreme cold event. A solar resource is barely starting to ramp up across the day. Its ELCC is always going to be really low for the companies just because of the winter peaking nature of the system. If we think about wind, either onshore or offshore wind, they also have an hourly profile. So depending on what that hourly profile looks like at 7 a.m., that's going to relate to its capacity value.
Thank you. And I want to push a little bit more on what you just said, in the sense of you're talking about winter morning peak, and it's a peaking utility. Can you explain what you mean by that? Winter morning peaking utility. I think that's what you said. If not, you can correct me.
Yeah. So, I mean, the companies are winter planning, meaning their net peak load, which is their load minus any renewables. The highest peaks they see are currently in the winter. Years ago, the companies were actually summer peaking. Things have changed. As we add more and more solar to the system, solar provides a lot of capacity value in the summer, but we've added so much now, it's providing very little in the winter. And so we've shifted the risk to the winter. And so really all the modeling as part of this is to achieve, from a reliability perspective, that winter morning peak, even though we want to make sure we meet all hours of risk, all 87, 60 hours in a year. The key risk times are in the extreme winter events.
Thank you. Moving up to page 20, just a page or half later or so. Beginning on line 3, there's a question: why were there different solar portfolios evaluated in conjunction with the wind portfolios? And that's referencing table 2 above, which has different numbers of I guess studied amounts of megawatts. And part of your answer, you say, since renewable resources like wind and solar often have synergistic and deleterious effects on each other, and any DEC and DEP wind portfolio expansion would likely be happening simultaneously with solar expansion, all wind portfolios were analyzed at different solar penetration levels to ensure these effects are captured. Can you explain a little bit what you mean by often have synergistic and I can't even say that word, deleterious effects on each other?
Yeah. So as we've, as the industry has transitioned to less fossil fuels, more renewable solar and wind, which are more intermittent resources, and even storage resources that are energy limited, we really need to understand the capacity value of these resources. And what we've learned is when we add lots of these different types of resources, they actually interact and can kind of change the system resource adequacy risks. The best example of a synergistic value is really solar and storage in the summertime. I think earlier we talked about one of the council mentioned the duck curve, but what happens when we add lots and lots of solar to the system in the summer, the peak load, which is typically in the afternoon for the system, when we add more solar, the solar takes care of that peak load, and we end up having a more narrow peak load later in the day. And so what happens is now my peak load is where it was broad originally before the solar. When I add the solar, the net peak load actually starts to be more narrow. And so now if I add a battery to that system, that battery is going to provide more value than it otherwise would have. So having the solar with the battery in the summer, there's a synergistic value. Similar with wind and solar, we see that more in the summertime. In the wintertime, these are actually somewhat dampened because we're still looking at this winter peak morning. I typically will see more synergistic value in the summer than I will in the winter. But there are some similar, if I go through the summer example for wind and solar, when I add more solar to the system in the summer, again, I shift my net peak load out to later in the day, and wind is more valuable. I know I've said a lot there. There's a lot to think through, but what we found through all the analysis is that there are some synergistic values between these resources. So when we're doing our capacity value studies, we want to make sure we're capturing that and giving those benefits to the resources appropriately.
Thank you. Moving down a little bit to the next question, which is generally summarize the results of the wind ELCC results. Can you explain exactly what ELCC means?
Yes, I would actually say ELCC is very similar to the capacity value I've been talking about. The textbook definition of ELCC is effective load carrying capability. So if I have a system, let's just take the current system today for DEC, and I add a solar resource, there's going to be some value to that resource from a reliability perspective. But then what I want to do is I want to take that system, add the solar, I see an loss of load expectation decrease. And I'm going to actually add load to the system to get back to where I was originally. So I'm trying to understand when I add a resource, how much additional load can I add and get the system back to where I started? That really is the definition of ELCC. It's also sometimes called capacity value.
Great. And I don't mean to skip, but I'm only really kind of focused on defining some terms here. So I'm going to point to a sentence within that answer, and I don't mean to exclude anything. But about a sentence down, you say, beginning on line 15, onshore wind provides winter marginal ELCC values in the 19 to 44%, while offshore wind provides winter marginal ELCC values in the 64 to 75% range. Can you explain what, I guess, I think we have winter and I think we have ELCC, but can you explain what the marginal is?
Yeah, so you'll see in tables 3 and 4 of our direct testimony an average wind ELCC in table 3 and a marginal wind ELCC in table 4. The difference is the average is kind of the whole block of capacity. So in the top table there in table 3, we're looking at wind from 300 to 1200 megawatts. If I want to know the average ELCC of the entire block of 1200 megawatts, just looking at the DEC onshore table, the entire block of 1200 megawatts is worth 24.6%. The marginal is the next megawatts value. So we know that as we add more and more of the same resource, they're correlated. They actually provide less value to the system. And so you'll see these ELCCs decline both on an average basis and a marginal basis seen in table 4. So if I'm looking at the value of the full 1200 megawatts of DEC onshore, it's the number I just stated, 24.6%. But the 1201st megawatt of wind is 18.9% at the bottom of table 4.
And that's talking about DEC onshore wind?
That's correct.
Looking at the offshore values on the far right of tables 3 and 4, those numbers in tables 3 are all above 70%, beginning 74.9 at 300 and going down a little bit to 70.3 at 1200. Can you talk a little bit about, why you would expect that ELCC number to be so much higher than some of the other intermittent resources?
Sure. And again, as I stated earlier, it's really just the hourly profiles of the resource. Believe, well, it's not in our direct testimony. But in the wind ELCC study, you can see a figure that shows you the profiles. And ultimately, it's just a function of how much output we're getting out of the offshore wind during those extreme events. We're expecting a much higher value than the onshore wind. So if I've got 1,000 megawatt wind resource, we're expecting that's going to contribute 600 to 700 megawatts of value during those extreme winter mornings, whereas the onshore wind looks more like 300 to 400 megawatts, so 30 to 40%.
Got it. I'm going to have you skip ahead to page 17 of Exhibit 4 of your testimony. I'll give you a second to get there because it's going to take me a second to get there. Okay, you're there. All right, so I'm starting in I think this is I guess section H, winter wind solar surface results. And I want to point to the last couple sentences here, beginning with the profiles. It says the profiles provided by the company showed substantial output during cold winter mornings in the offshore wind profiles. Even for winter values, to see ELCCs of this magnitude for offshore wind, particularly in DEC, is not intuitive, and it is recommended that companies continue to understand offshore wind profiles, especially during extreme cold periods. Can you give me a little bit of background about why you don't think it's intuitive, and why DEC is being singled out as it not being intuitive?
Yep. So this was the first time we looked at it. This Exhibit 4 is actually an ELCC study from 2022. And so the company was just starting to look at offshore wind, and they provided some profiles for us to analyze. So that's really the nature of that statement. If you go to the 2023 resource adequacy study, we actually did reevaluate the wind ELCCs, but the interest didn't change substantially. But we did get, I think, more over the 2-year period. The company was able to produce some more robust profiles looking at lots of different weather years, and those were incorporated in the 2023 resource adequacy study.
Okay. So you'd say that the 2023 resource adequacy study would maybe be the outcome of you recommending the companies, or maybe be partially part of the outcome of you recommending the companies continue to understand offshore wind profiles, especially during extreme cold periods that you say here?
Sure, and I think that's going to be ongoing, of course. There's not a lot of offshore wind out there. As we get more data, more analysis studies will incorporate and continue to understand the capacity value of this resource.
When you say there's not a lot of offshore wind out there, are you speaking to North Carolina, to the United States, to the world? What do you mean by that?
Locally.
Okay. And when you're doing these studies on ELCC values for these wind studies, are the offshore wind profiles you're using, are they generic offshore wind profiles, or are you looking at the specific wind energy areas off the coast of North Carolina?
Yeah, the company worked more on creating the profiles. They used ERA5 data. And so I think that is probably the best information available at the time of the study.
I wanted to just talk a little bit about Winter Storm Elliott. You'd referenced in your testimony how it had impacted your testimony, and I was hoping you can give a narrative discussion about how it impacted from the previous sub 179 proceeding to now, how it changed your analysis.
It's a pretty broad question. Are you talking specifically just to the reserve margin study?
Sure. Let's start with the reserve margin study.
So the reserve margin study, it's a study that's really driven by data. So the last time we performed the study was in 2019, 2020 time period. And so when we look at that, when we perform that study, we're looking at recent historical weather and historical generator outages. So that's kind of a moving target. We've updated the study as part of the 2023 study. And certainly one area that we focus on is forced outages. And so that gets rolled into the study. So we looked at 5 years of historical forced outages for the resources. So 2018 to 2022, that gets rolled into the study. I mean, outside of that, outside of just new data assumptions, that would be the only thing that would really impact specifically from Winter Storm Elliott, that would impact the study.
Got it. And could you define forced outages as you used it in your analysis?
Yeah. So a forced outage of a resource is exactly what it sounds like. So the unit is forced offline due to mechanical failure or some type of failure, making it unavailable to run and provide capacity.
And in the 2022 Winter Storm Elliott occurrence, forced outages were part of the reason that there were difficulties meeting demand during that time period, right?
Sure. I mean, every hour of the year, there's forced outages as well. We've got lots of generators always running. There's always going to be some level of forced outages across the system and the Eastern interconnect.
Right. And part of your job is to make sure that for 8760 that you have the amount of generation available to meet the needs of the electricity consumers within here, the Duke Energy utilities footprints, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Looking to plan and provide a target to plan to ensure reliability.
Okay. I think that's it for me.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. We have about a little less than 15 minutes, but we'll go ahead and get started with NC Warren. And NC Warren, it looks like your estimated cross is about 10 minutes, so we may be able to fit it in.
Well, I apologize for the inaccurate estimate, but we will waive cross.
Okay. Then let's move to NCEMC, and I think that you have estimated about 10 minutes as well.
Thank you, Presiding Commissioner. Tim Dodge with North Carolina's Electric Cooperatives. How are you gentlemen doing today?
Doing well.
Good, good. Just have a couple of questions to run through with you. Just to clarify the scope a bit of what load and resources are included within the resource adequacy study that was completed. Do you have your direct testimony with you?
Yes.
Right. Exhibit 3 includes the 2023 resource adequacy study that was completed by Duke. If you can turn to page 15 and 16 of that Exhibit 3, just had a question about the footnote at the bottom of that page. Do you see that footnote?
Yes.
All right. And the footnote reads, load data reflects native load requirements and firm planning obligations and not total balancing authority load. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So those native load requirements, that includes both retail and wholesale customers in Duke's balancing authority?
Probably going to have to ask maybe the modeling panel. I mean, it is I've heard it also designated as the IRP load, but it is the retail load. The wholesale customer piece of this, I'm probably have to ask the company exactly which load forecast that matches.
Okay. With those load requirements, to the extent the wholesale customers served by Duke as native load under their wholesale power purchase agreements, would that be included as load within the resource adequacy study?
Subject to check, yes.
And this would also include across North and South Carolina, the service areas for the utilities.
Subject to check, yes.
Right. If you could turn to page 29 and 30 of that same exhibit.
Okay.
Another footnote to clarify a point here. The footnote at the bottom of that page states that the listed amounts for Catawba 1 and 2 and W.S. Lee are for the portions of those units that DEC owns. Do you see that footnote?
Yes.
All right. So to make sure I follow, again, those non-owned resources, they would also not be included in the Duke's resource data that's included to meet the resource adequacy needs identified. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And so similarly, for the non-owned portion, the load associated with those, would it also be excluded from the load calculation?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have today.
Thank you, Mr. Dodge. And Mr. Neal, I believe that SACE has estimated 10 minutes of cross-examination. Is that realistic or I should say, how long do you think your cross-examination is going to take?
I just have a couple of questions.
Okay, let's proceed then.
Good afternoon, David Neal for SACE et al. You would agree that you did not perform an ELCC study for thermal resources for Duke, isn't that right?
We did not perform a thermal ELCC study.
And you would agree that an ELCC study can be done for a gas combined cycle plant, correct?
Yes, you could run that analysis.
And are you aware that in PJM, for example, they do an ELCC class rating for all resources, including thermal resources?
I am aware of that. I think the context needs to be clear. PJM is a market. It's paying capacity revenues to all resources. It's more critical here where we sit today in kind of integrated resource planning. We're really concerned about the marginal ELCC of a resource. So while we could calculate the ELCC of any resource on the system, it's not really necessary. The build out is based on a marginal ELCC of a new resource. So existing resources, sure, we could do it. I don't know that it's a requirement or necessary.
So you agree, in fact, Astrape has done ELC studies for thermal resources, correct?
We have.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. And Walmart is next, but Ms. Grundman, I think you've reserved, I believe, 10 minutes of cross-examination. If you think that you can complete it by 5 o'clock, we'll go ahead and get started.
I mean, I'm happy to do my best.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Carrie Grundman on behalf of Walmart. I want to follow up on one of Cuca's questions to you as it relates to your assumption with respect to the combined base case that you discuss on page 11 of your testimony. I just want to make sure that I think the ultimate answer that you gave to Cuca's counsel was that you assumed a merged utility. Is that correct?
We modeled a lot of different scenarios. The recommendation was based on the combined case. We're modeling, so we're doing the best to model the merged case. That's correct.
And did you seek feedback from Duke in the course of your modeling the combined case to determine the reasonableness of your assumptions about what a merged utility would look like as of 2027?
Yes, we did.
And what exact feedback did you seek to understand the modeling inputs that you were including?
Well, I mean, a merged system really just means that you're planning to the same load. And so you're going to build capacity to a single load, and all resources are going to be shared. The other advantage that we did take advantage of was the transmission being unlimited in between the balancing areas.
Are you aware that elsewhere in testimony, there have been statements to suggest that it's inappropriate today to assume a merged utility because the utility is not yet merged?
I'm somewhat familiar with that.
And so then how were you able to merge a merged utility? How were you able to model a merged utility?
Well, I think it was clear. If we can go to my exhibit, is it exhibit 3? Footnote 8, page 7. The reason we were able to model this is because it is expected that the companies intend to merge, and I think they have stated that. And so we're looking at a 20-year plan plus. The expectation is that we're going to merge in a few years, and that would be the appropriate recommended case.
Turning to page 15 of your direct testimony, lines 14 to 19, you indicate that based on the unit outage modeling for the 2018 to 2022 period, it resulted in a 2.5 percentage point increase in the reserve margin. Do you see that testimony?
Can you point me to the page?
Page 15, lines 14 to 19.
Got it.
Do you see that there?
Yes.
But when you say 2.5%, it's actually percentage points, correct?
It's a percentage points of the reserve margin, so yes.
But it's a 15% increase in the company's current reserve margin.
If we were to remove that, the 22% recommended reserve margin, to say it differently, would be 19.5%.
But my point is that it is not a pure 2.5%. 2.5 is the pure number increase in the resource margin. It is not the actual net increase that you all are proposing. 5 percentage points of 17% is 30%, correct?
That's correct.
And so 2.5 percentage points would be 15% increases in the reserve margin.
Assuming that math is correct, yes.
Okay, I'm a lawyer, so, lawyer math. Am I correct that in making this a recommendation for the 2.5%, this is here assuming the combined case, correct?
Yes.
And in your analysis, did you factor in anything that the company has done to address outages that have occurred prior to December 2022? I'm sorry, anything that they have done since December 2022 to address the outages?
So we were asked to, well, and really in all of our analysis that we really do everywhere, we are a very data-driven process. We assume that 5-year window of historical data is really the best representation of how to model the generator outages. I understand there could be improvements. If we do note, as Mr. Snyder, I think, noted, as we see those improvements on the system, those will get captured in updated studies to the extent they become real.
But you understand that by proposing and asking the commission to accept the 30% increase in reserve margin that you are supporting, that results in additional costs in order to build resources necessary to meet that reserve margin.
An updated reserve margin would increase capacity, which would increase costs. It's my understanding that that the companies have not actually achieved the 22% until years later. I think there's a likely chance this study will be updated prior to that, before you're actually achieving the 22%. But yes, in theory, if we increase the reserve margin, it's going to increase costs.
So recognizing that you're likely to update this study and that they're not proposing to increase the reserve margin until later, would it be your recommendation to the commission that the commission wait to make any decision on increasing the reserve margin until you've updated your studies to reflect some of the updates the companies have made to its generation resources to improve their outages?
Yeah, no, it's not. I mean, we're going to always have new information, new changes, new updates to incorporate. There's no guarantee that some of the changes we're going to make are going to reduce this substantially. We'll update the study as we get more data. The numbers could adjust.
Your Honor, I'd like at this time to mark a couple of, to take, I believe, judicial notice of a couple of documents. The first is they are in large measure documents that were filed by the company in docket number M100 sub 163, which related to the commission's proceeding following Winter Storm Elliott. They have been identified in Walmart's potential exhibits, but I believe it's most appropriate, since they're Duke documents and not Astrape documents, that they be admitted with judicial notice.
Please proceed.
So at this time, I'd like to take judicial notice of Walmart Potential Cross Exhibit 1, which is Duke Energy Carolinas and Duke Energy Progress's presentation from the Winter Storm Elliott Technical Conference held on September 26, 2023 before the commission and filed in docket number M100 sub 163.
The commission will take judicial notice.
I would also ask that the commission take judicial notice, also in docket M100 sub 163, of the company's first submission of responses to commissioner data request from the September 26, 2023 Winter Storm Elliott Technical Conference.
And is this also included as a potential cross-examination exhibit?
It is. It's Walmart Potential Cross-Examination Exhibit 3.
Okay. The commission will take judicial notice of the document.
And then the third document I would ask that you take judicial notice is of the transcript from that technical conference in docket M100 sub 163 that was marked as Walmart Potential Cross-Examination Exhibit 2.
Okay. The commission will take judicial notice of the transcript. And so before we proceed any further, have you, do you have additional cross-examination questions?
I do. It may take me a few more minutes. I would like to, it probably will take me another 5 minutes, but I defer to the commission on whether you prefer to defer to tomorrow.
So we are going to take a recess now, and we'll come back in the morning, and you may proceed with cross-examination. Before we go off the record, are there any preliminary matters that we need to address before going off the record? Okay, seeing none, we will recess, and we will be back in session at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you. We'll go off the record.